There's something I've not done. Ah, no. Okay, we're live now. There's something I've not done. Ah, no.
Yep, we're live now.
Okay.
Yep, there's no game. There's only your face.
Yes, there's only my face for now. Okay. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hello. Welcome.
Let's see if I can hear myself. Is the other question.
Yes. Please. If
Yes, it works. Huzzah!
Okay. Right, you're coming through?
I'm coming through.
Awesome. Right. So, hi everyone. This is Mari Still Plays, and I'm here with Creatrix Tiara. Hobbsy will join us in a little bit. Probably we have to type in the Discord chat that I joined the.
Yeah, we tried Zoom.
The Discord
because we had so many issues with Discord.
Right. So yeah, we were trying to outdo Discord, and then it whacked us a little bit. Hi. So we do this every Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, or GMT plus 10 or 11, whatever it is now. Right. We're on the land of the Kulin Nation, and we pay our respects to elders past, present, and future emerging leaders. This land has always been Aboriginal land and never was ceded, and always will be Aboriginal land. And yeah, very honored to be on it today. And so we do this every Saturday, and then I do book writing and journalism related streams 4 days of the week, and old school adventure gaming on Friday at noon Australian Eastern Daylight Time, or around about there when I can. I haven't done any the past week, so sorry. Yeah, so feel free to chat. We're playing through Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We played the original Phoenix trilogy.
Yep.
And we're playing this one. And then we're going to. What are we going to play next? Are we going to play the. What was the next one after the trilogy?
Oh, Apollo Justice.
Apollo Justice! Ooh. For which Phoenix has a different look altogether, so I'm very excited about that. But you're excited because this is game 2 of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Game 3. We finished game 2.
No. Game 2, case 2 we finished. So this is case 3.
Yeah.
And you're Creatrix.
I am waiting for you to get to this case.
Tiara has played through. I'm playing blind, and Hobbsy's also a bit blind as well. Hobbsy just turns up and watches. Yeah, so we are going to see what you're so excited about me watching. I have to say, there were twists in case 2. I was afterwards. I had to take some time to think about it. You always ask me, "What do you think at the end?" And I'm like, I just want to keep playing. Why are you asking me to review?
What have we done this year?
I knew that there was the characters that were involved somehow, but I did not I did not expect one of them to be involved in the way they had been. I thought it was something else completely similar, but not quite that. So I was quite amazed. I was like, oh! And now I kind of want the actual writer to walk people through how they put everything together, how they put these cases.
Shutagami.
Yeah. Yeah. Please come tell us how I think I could learn from you. So I was very excited about that. Yeah. And we seem to have audio working. Audio did not work last time. Yeah. So we'll see how we go.
We can test that.
Yeah, we can test that.
Okay, yeah. I've got it on my TV, so I can check you every so often.
And hey. I'm just gonna wait and say hello.
Yay, Hobbsy's here.
Hello.
Yeah, you
hello, Tiara. Hello.
Joined us just in time, so you haven't missed anything.
Woohoo!
Okay, where do I go, Tiara?
You can go select adventure.
Yeah, so we don't miss the beginning.
Wait. Not the next one. Yes, that's the one. Select adventure.
So we are now the return of the great departed soul. Okay, so obviously they've been talking about this bloody exhibition thing. So I'm not surprised that it's going to come into play.
Yeah.
Is someone gonna die at the bloody exhibition? Is something gonna get stolen? Great departed soul. Is this Kazuma? Did we find out more about what Kazuma wants? Or is this the Japanese person that has so, like, done something wrong to Baroque?
Yeah, broken Baroque's heart.
Broken Baroque's heart or whatever? Or is this like, Soseki being forced to return to England or something?
Bring back Soseki. We need to reform the Japanese legal system.
No. Bring back Soseki because he was supposed to be there for a year and he's fobbed off back after 2 months.
So like the Japanese government's like, you haven't finished your degree and that.
Bye.
Deportation. Like, nope.
Oh.
Alright, well, the answers to all of this and the above, well, you just have to play. I can't explain.
Alright. Okay. This is interesting. Satellite dish.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
Yeah, why is it echoing?
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner.
It might be getting the audio from my laptop.
Hyde Park.
Oh.
Welcoming over
And I'll get my
50 million
headset.
the last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
This sort of rivalry with Paris. Oh my god.
As regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during
Where did my
the
headset
50s,
go? I seem
very
to have
few are
lost
aware
it.
my friend Mr. Herb
no
Jones
problem.
had a hand in unraveling the matter. For from the shadows, it was he who unearthed
I have lost my headset, but I'll reduce the volume so it's not so echoey.
and like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park.
Please stop being
Jones's
fucking in the house.
brilliant
It'll take me a while
was
to
clear
find.
and lofty as the crystal tower itself brought the truth to light.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Okay.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Not quite wrong.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car.
Okay.
Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Okay, what time travel machine did you have?
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future.
It's like spirit channeling, but through time.
I mean, is this just Napoleon Dynamite? Look at the hair.
I mean, I feel like he has more enthusiasm than Napoleon Dynamite.
This is true.
A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Yeah, what does it do though?
And will you find out?
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
It's the Heaven Balls Hopper system.
That is true. It is. It's the Star Trek beam me up thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
But disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity sounds like murder to me. Murder, disintegration, and then how do you know if they got to the other location?
His body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was.
Ace Attorney Scientific Fact Checking Edition.
Ace Attorney can be absurd, but somehow I don't think this is part of that absurd that's going to fit in. Do you know what I mean? This like
Yeah.
you volunteered for this shit, dude. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna die. You stupid man. But like I'm not a fan of mutton chops, so off you go.
Yes, I too have been traumatized by someone with mutton chops. But I discovered I too have kind of a mutton chop going on, and I'm a little frustrated by it.
Yeah.
More like lamb.
If
chops,
I want to look like a South Korean boy. But I
You want to be K-pop idol?
This gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air
You're gonna die is what it is, but okay.
to arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you.
Is this some twin shenanigan? Probably some twin shenanigan.
The Prestige. Oh, don't get me started on the Prestige.
I should imagine it's a twin shenanigan. That's my bet.
I think this poor man is gonna die. Or else somebody's gonna kill you.
I mean, it is the Eastern series. Dun. We don't know what.
Is this
It is happening yesterday.
Wait, what?
Yesterday.
Oh!
We have caught up in real time.
Oh my
Almost.
god. Oh my god. You should have played this yesterday. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, the cases do take a while, so we'll probably end up to today.
Maybe what we should have done is played it on the dates. No, but then that would
I
be
think
weird.
there's someone on Twitter who was doing that with like the mainline series.
Mhm. But then we would have to go back, when they have the flashback, we have to go back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd have to try this next year.
Yeah. What? No. I don't make. Okay. Right. So, what date was is this the day after the actual issue has happened, or the day
I
before?
think so. We'll find out. I don't remember how long it has gone. They didn't give us a date for like the exhibition.
Yeah. No. Well, they've been telling us about it throughout the game, so maybe they expect us.
Yeah,
to
but we
remember.
don't know like when specifically that particular situation happened.
Yeah. The big exhibition ran for a month. Didn't it? I can't remember.
I went to the World's Fair in Toyota, Japan, 2005. I was there with Up With People, which is like this international youth group that has community service that travels on the world. And because we were such an international group, I think a lot of the tourists thought we were part of the World's Fair. So we had people like taking photos with us. Our favorite thing was to like go to the booths of the countries where we were from. And so I remember going up to like Malaysia booth at the Bangladesh booth, and just saying hi. They're like, "Oh my god, someone from our country!" And start jabbering to us in like Malay or Bengali or whatever. Like after speaking fluent Japanese. And I went to the Ivory Coast because some of the countries are big enough to have like a whole display and some like share the display. And I went to the Ivory Coast stall of this woman doing like cornrows, and so I went to get some. And like suddenly, everybody took out their phone cameras and took photos of me as though I was the model.
For the Ivory Coast booth.
Yeah, because she was doing like free like braids and cornrows for people. That was like the exhibition was that like this is how we do our hair, right? So you could go, and I was like, I want some. So I went, and I think because I was like very not Japanese, people thought I was like a hired model. So all like Japanese suddenly all taking photos of me.
Okay. Is it just me, or does Ryunosuke seem very lost now that Susato's not there? He's just like in a funk. He's just like,
Well, there's that, and also this is probably right after he worked out what is it that they're trying to hide, the collar. So his mind is probably elsewhere. Oh, he's depressed. This man is also depressed. What is happening? Everyone needs some antidepressants. See, his hair is like not completely a pompadour. It's like
Yeah.
half-ish, but with a longer side.
Maybe did they lose to poker to Iris again? Both of them. What happened? Have there been no cases for a while?
Good morning.
Are you upset because your fangirl's not here? Had breakfast
Where is
together.
that? Really good. This is happening.
Yeah, we had breakfast together.
Because breakfast. No one's head is in the right spot.
Mhm.
Oh no. Ouch.
Of course, when you say Vim now, everybody thinks of the cleaning product.
Oh, cleaning product? I don't know about the cleaning product.
Oh, did they not have Vim in Malaysia?
Not that I know of.
I think it's called something else here as well. Is it like, because it's a paste that you scrub onto the stove, isn't it?
Mm.
But it's not
So it's
Jif.
you shake it from things. So maybe it is Jif here. I don't know.
Oh, I've heard of Jif, not Vim.
Hmm.
Jif was I've heard of.
Ah.
And there's one called Gumption here as well.
Mm.
Gumption.
Because it's Vim and Vigor. It's like you're doing it with energy. So that's why they've called it Vim as a brand.
Yeah.
Anyway, never mind. Okay.
Mm. What great observation are you going to make, Sherlock? And your descendants will carry it on.
Uh-huh.
He's been here like how long? He hasn't managed to get to a barber yet. He's
I know how
everywhere.
it feels. I know how it feels.
I know, right? It's basically, yeah, same. Mari and I were talking earlier about like me getting Sherlock's hair. I was trying to like maneuver my current hair to figure out if I could pull it off.
It's bangs. It's not a pompadour here. It's bangs.
It's bad, but it's poofy.
Poofy bangs.
Hmm. Mine's sort of puffy bangs at the moment, but it's not really. It doesn't have that body, which is a real shame. So maybe
My hair is ghost. It has no body at all.
I'll have to switch shampoos.
Oh, he's been forbidden from working in court.
Why is he being making a call?
Because he revealed state secrets.
Oh, I wasn't here for that. Clearly.
Yeah, I know. This was that case was played kind of not on Saturday because I said like you might as well skip over it because a lot of it's a drag.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically he revealed state secrets and so he's been banned from court for a while.
Not just state secrets. The whole like he thought he was wrong to defend McGilded thing came out. I think
Hmm.
Oh yeah, there was
Yeah.
a bit of a crisis. Yeah.
that bit because the current cases we've been playing have all been flashbacks to before that case happened.
Well,
Right.
the Susato one was contemporary, but it was Susato.
Yes, it was.
Soseki was a flashback.
Yeah, so Seki stuff all happened before that case
Yeah.
happened. So,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got nothing to do.
mm,
The poor boy. What's going on with you, man?
has he also been banned? Maybe.
It's been banned from everything. What chemicals or viruses have you taken that have been affecting your mood so badly?
Hmm. All of them, no doubt.
Oh, the side effects. You need psychiatric medication. Iris, get on it. That's his depressed. He's depressed because he can't go. Doesn't work. You can't be distracted from. When have you ever not been distracted from something?
You're distracted from everything.
Mm-hmm.
You are walking ADHD. Even.
Mm.
You can-
Hello
can
to our
examine-
one viewer, by the way. Bing Cortana.
Hello, viewer.
Bing Cortana, like which Microsoft Windows thing has
I
opened?
don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, I thought you were gonna like do something.
I don't know.
Flashback.
I just clicked the first option. I thought we were gonna talk, but like this is what's happening.
Yeah, here's a recap of the case that we missed. Because the original case was Gina is being tried for murder, and it turned out to be like this whole thing.
Thank you.
Accidental whistleblower. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Boy, if we get busy. Well. If there is no fact pick about his dynamic, I'll be disappointed. I'm looking at your face on Twitch now.
Isn't that kind of foreshadowing my idea? Remember for the female Sherlock? A little
Oh yeah, you have like sort of like
bit.
that's a cover story. I mean, look, I ship that very particular configuration of a dynamic.
What, the manservant?
That would be hilarious to read or watch or observe.
Very brave of him to say, okay, this is the person I have to ask, so this is what I have to do.
I kind of wanted to examine things because I'm a bit worried that once you're done conversing, it'll like kick you out. But hopefully, you get a chance. Six months, wow. The poor boy is overwhelmed by the future.
I don't know. I don't know if that... Well, it's common with the people who understand the theory.
Like, don't think too hard about it, Ryunosuke. Yesterday. Okay, so this is the day after. And another tagline for that's our subtitle for the greatest attorney play. The brighter things are, the darker the shadows are beneath.
Then can we like screenshot them when they come up before I like click away?
I love that. I love that.
I'm sure I could find like screenshots.
Sure, why not?
Okay, hold on a second. I need to go to the bathroom, I've just realized. Sorry. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves.
Hello. talks about
Hello.
ourselves. How are you doing, Hopsy?
I'm very well, thank you, Tiara. How are you?
I am okay. My body is not fun. So the past
Oh.
week has just been me trying to recover from my body not being at all fun. But we're getting to the bit in the game that I've wanted Mario to check out for ages, and yet I can't explain why.
Yay! Okay, well that's good. That's the positive thing, right? It's worth it's I'm excited too. I'm excited to see what the future holds as far as this concerned. Because like there is no doubt some weird twists and turns that this game is going to take us along.
Yeah, totally.
Ah.
I mean, that's just kind of par for the course.
Very true, very true. So no, it's going to be exciting. So yeah, I had heard things have been pretty rough for you, but I hope they've picked up a bit now. Fingers crossed.
Well, hopefully, I mean, I will have appointment in the coming week to figure out what the fuck is happening. So.
Okay, that's good. All right. Well, hopefully they can give you a good, easily resolved answer. Fingers
Thank
crossed.
you. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I ask for small things. We are no longer in lockdown.
That's
well, it's
true.
no longer in as I mean, it's not completely free. At a lot of, I feel like even within here, people are like, oh, it's completely free. I'm like, not entirely.
Yeah,
But-
it's gonna be basically you can go to a cafe if everyone's vaxxed and there's 20 people inside, 50 people outside. But that's really, and you can go get your hair cut or like get a beauty treatment. But that's basically
All the discussions about do I suit Sherlock hair or not. But
yeah, exactly. We're all doing a big reset now, and I think that's going to be a big thing for Melbourne. We're in Melbourne, friends, if you're listening in, which has won the world record for being the place being locked down the most in the entire world.
yay!
I'm
not-
back.
Hello, welcome back.
I decided to go grab some bread, and also I made chutney. I made mango chutney.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
Mari did make chutney.
Yeah. So I thought maybe I'd open this one, and this can be the one we keep here, because my sister wants me to send her food at some point. So yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make a chutney sandwich and try it and see, because I tried it and it was very spicy.
It was very spicy. I tried it and I told Mari it was spicy, and Mari said, "Really?" And I was like, "It." And then Mari has obviously tried it, and Mari thinks it's spicy. It's definitely spicy.
Not. It's just
I mean, I think you're meant to be chutney with like other things.
like it's mango chutney. We got a tray of mangoes. I made mango chutney, and
I remember seeing like I think you posted a picture about what do I do with those mangoes.
yes. So chutney. I've done 2. I have 14 mangoes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to come up with a variety of ways, and I managed to make 2 of them at least into mango chutney for now. So we see, like, it might be okay when you're eating it with other things and you don't. It's just a hit of a bit too much chili, maybe. I don't think it's too much, but we'll see. Maybe when you eat it with bread, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far so good.
Should I put those mangoes in the fridge then?
Why?
Or leave them out? Well, I don't want them to go off or anything.
We'll leave them out today and we'll see. Because I want to start cooking them slowly. I have to cook a lot of things, so. The thing is, when you get a tray full of stuff, then you're always like rushing. And if you're not making one huge batch of something, then you have to rush and keep making all these things. So I was thinking, I make mango curry, mango rice, mango sorbet, jam, pickles, chutneys, dice for salad and salsa, and yeah.
You're making me hungry.
Sorry. Oh.
Oh, what's the secret?
Called out, called out.
You now you want consent or observations, bro?
Yeah.
You always say, you don't always do.
Mm-hmm.
You say that. You.
I think he's upset because, like, somebody else has invented things and not him.
He's just bored.
Oh my god. Lock up a chimney.
He's tiny! Oh. The secret box. Memory. Dysfunctional memory.
Ah.
She can't stand mess, as opposed to Marie Kondo, who infamously once said, "I love mess."
I love mess, exactly.
He loves mess because she gets the chance to clean it.
Hmm. Does it bring you joy? Hmm.
She just wants you to only keep things that you like. And gives you permission to let go of things you don't care about.
Which is actually a good way of going about things.
Mm-hmm. I had this piece I did once where I was Marie fucking Queerdo, and I was basically the queer Marie Kondo. It was, I did one of the skits I did was how do you organize your sex toys?
Oh yeah.
And it was like silly and saucy, but also very wholesome. It was basically like a queer affirmation of like, yes, you deserve a space that you love, even if it's harder for you to find that space.
Very cool, very cool. And how do you organize your sex toys? By name, color, alphabetically?
Well, it's more about like making sure they are clean and you can see what you've got, and if they're shorting you out, maybe them.
Yeah, if they're shorting you out, you definitely don't want that. Those are the kinds of vibes you don't want anywhere near your person.
No. I mean, Marie Kondo never says anything in her book about it, so I just had to make up my own philosophy.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? This is a fucking.
You get like a nice, you find a tray, you put them on, so they're all like tiny, and you can see what you have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that almond is probably why everyone is depressed now.
Yeah.
Many years ago, I went to this like youth media place in KL. I forgot what the context was for the interview, for like a tour. And they had a keyboard where the keys were all mashed up. Like it wasn't just a different format. Like it was like a Devora. It was just literally the keyboard was all over the place. And they challenge us to type something on it, and I managed to do that pretty quickly, and they were quite impressed. Weren't impressed enough to hire me, but impressed.
God damn it.
Oh no! Oh no! If only you could like sleep type. So much of my work would get done that way.
my God.
I keep coming into the office and finding that there are open new Word documents open on my screen.
Have you been sleep typing?
No,
That's creepy.
I think it's the cat.
Hmm.
It's Puss Puss eating Control N.
That sounds
Just
about
need a
right.
camera up so we can figure out if it's you or the cat.
Cat.
He ate a bottle of alkaloids, did he?
Cat.
Oh, hang on, did that pile of paper slide up? No,
Yeah,
sorry.
something. The Stradivarius. Why would you buy if you saved up for 100 years? I don't think I have the discipline to do that. Unless it's done like automatically.
Hmm.
What would you buy?
I don't know, you have to ask me in 100 years what I find appealing.
Probably an old people's home, like I guess, or regeneration.
Right, like by that point. All the medical treatment in the world. I
Hmm.
want a cyborg body, that's what I would pay. It's like 100 years in the future, at that point, it probably should have figured out how to make cyborg bodies.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Someone in your family has saved up for 100 years and you are the end recipient. What would you get?
Oh.
Having sort of been in this situation, the answer ended up being this apartment. But I would still go with where is my fucking cyborg body? Like, it would have been travel. If you asked me this like maybe 2 years ago, pre-COVID, it would have been I want to go everywhere. But between that and my body just like failing me, I'd be like, I want cyborg body parts.
Yeah.
How about you?
Me or Mari?
Or both of you?
It would be travel for me. Definitely. I'd take a year off, maybe even 2,
Oh yeah.
and absolutely travel everywhere you could think of. I would love to do that. It'd be amazing.
It wouldn't be travel for me. I mean, I think I'd spend a bit of it on just going and sitting in a nice hotel room right now by myself.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I think I'd want to spend it on like certain initiatives that I knew would like benefit from it. I'd be very picky though. I'd be very picky and choosy, and I'd be like, if I give the money to this place, is it actually going to like use it and have a positive ongoing benefit? I wouldn't want it to be a short term thing.
Right.
So be very like careful. Like right now, this is really interesting. So on Twitter, there's this guy who is a millionaire or billionaire. I think he's a billionaire. And he made his money through air conditioning in business or something. And what he has started giving money away on Twitter during the COVID pandemic. So
It's not Mr. Beast, is it?
no, it's not Mr. Beast. It's someone else. It's businessman. And so what he does is he posts on Twitter and says, "Everybody, drop your cash apps or
Oh, I think I know the guy you mean. Yeah.
and sometimes what he finds is like it's not just him giving someone money for a meal or whatever it is they need. It's a lot of other people jumping in and provide him, because then instead of going through all this, what he was saying, it's a way to use technology directly to get like money directly to people instead of going through like government or other organizations and all the bureaucracy, etc., etc. So you just get money to people who need it. So he does this quite regularly. People put their hands up. It's like, and sometimes it's for things like, oh, someone's undergoing treatment, but then sometimes it's for things like, who wants a meal today?
Right.
You know, who doesn't want to have to cook today, kind of thing, and like, yeah, just need some money to make that happen. So yeah, and then they just put Venmo or whatever Cash App things down, and he just sends them the money. And then he's saying like other celebrities have started doing the same as well. So quite interesting. It's a huge thing, and he's like, there are other people then in the Twitter threads that in turn up giving back as well. Like there are people giving each other money.
Yeah.
As well, which is nice. So I was like, oh, that's lovely. That's a lovely way to do it, I think. That's really
Yeah.
yeah. So
I've been like party to like not big ones but smaller ones. And there was someone who was like, buy a marginalized person a burrito. There was some drama that came up. But it was like, I live in Australia. Can I like partake in this burrito exchange? And she was like, sure. So someone actually sent me in the US, sent me money to get a burrito. I was like, that's my lunch for today. There's a thing in the back. Lost cat!
What?
Dun dun!
Da, da!
What is this picture? I want to see this picture properly.
Attacked by the Phantom of the Opera.
Fireball guns, you that's all of it. Like that actual articles, you could probably like look at it. Like it didn't just Lord Ipsum this newspaper that he like wrote. And compatriot.
Yes, a fellow truth seeker.
Mm-hmm.
No lorem ipsum. Do you know there's this pizza box, if you order pizza from like an independent place, they all have this same pizza box, which is sort of a 50s style thing. So like it looks like it's covered in newspaper, but there's people in the 50s eating pizza. But all the writing is lorem ipsum dolor blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no, they're just really like hilarious pizza puns.
There, that's your new job, like copywriting.
Yes. Oh my god, I'd make so much. I'd make so much money.
What is even happening? Under threat. The condition.
Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. Lost cat.
That's the most
Bartholomew's
important
Hospital.
bit.
Now that's a very big column, isn't it?
That's this.
First test of meta transport device. 10 pages, 1 penny.
But that's not later presented. The tradition of presenting our men.
What? I'm starting to think part of this is put on as an act.
Probably. I mean, he did get very serious when we closed off the last time.
There we go.
Yes! Do we get creepy walls? Yes. One of my favorite tracks.
What is the actual title of the thing?
I have no idea. I'll look it up. Prosecutor's team, I guess, because that's what they're all called.
Yeah. Oh, look at the broodiness. Much broody. Muchness.
That's vampire. The Great Eternity. The Reaper of the Bailey is what that plane is called. Sham witnesses like Sham Spear. Yeah, so
Hey.
Okay. Oh.
Ooh. Oh, you care.
Read the paper.
Well, I mean, they probably wouldn't know his medical condition. They were just like, you got attacked.
Yeah.
You.
My secretary.
He's saying.
There's nothing else happening.
He's saying, how on earth would I know? But I'm like, dude, you know far more than you let on about. Wrong.
Yeah, there is true.
Look, he'd have to be alive because if he was dead, it would have said. Look, it would have said Bull 6 killed. My guess, anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, Iris, you go.
Oh.
Oh.
Then he's fine, probably.
Oh, who gives a shit? I mean, it's okay, you do care. We have not seen that man in a good long while.
Oh, what? You're coming
That's
now?
good.
Oh my god. You didn't
He's
care.
not his face, remember?
You didn't care to who's.
Well, his work is still work. The dude still has bills to pay. I was like, well, I didn't think of it then.
Sometimes you can't keep a secret.
Yeah, Ryunosuke does not have very good poker face.
No. I mean, Holmes.
That too.
What is this get up?
She's just like
What is this Minnie Mouse thing?
she's dressed like Chun Li.
Oh man, I made Chun-Li as a kid.
Chun Li was an icon. Still is an icon.
Used to be a Street Fighter with the neighbor kids, and I think I went with Chun-Li because she pretty.
Oh yeah. I was a big Chun Li fan. Was that creepy? Was it? Oh, sorry.
I mean, we can both be creepy about it. She pretty.
She was awesome. I liked Chun Li. She was she was cool. Everyone else was pretty basic and boring, frankly.
In what? In what? Sorry.
Street Fighter.
Street Fighter.
Yeah. Only played it a few times. Yeah, let's see.
Well, aren't your sister na Susato in there?
Looking for the parrot in that flock, but I didn't see it.
Parrot?
Yeah.
The parrot is Phoenix's problem.
Meanwhile, I'm looking at your cat.
No, maybe it
Mari.
was in one of the short episodes. What? Yes. What about Puss?
She's very, very cute. She's being cute right now.
What is she doing?
She's just asleep on the bed.
Oh.
Being very cute.
We think she's sick.
Oh no!
I'm stroking her paw,
Oh, poor trouble.
and
Yeah.
she's okay with that. Normally, she would be attacking me.
Yeah, so she's definitely sick. Did you feed
Oh,
her?
Yeah, before I went out for my walk.
And did she eat it all?
Yes.
Did she throw it up?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's a good sign, at least.
I've woken her up now. And she's like, "What'd you do that for?" So she's plotting the next move, but I think the next move is to go back to sleep. So.
Oh no, how devious.
So I'm going to get on the bed next to her, so I'm sure she's quite perturbed by that. But we'll see. I am so far being tolerated. Good.
Congratulations.
What was that, Sasato? Flashback? What?
Oh, that was the last time Iris had been there when Susato got the news she had to go home.
Oh, right.
A strong heart's like broken out of his stopper.
Since you
4 hours! Oh boy. 4 hours would be like I'm off for a lunch break.
Male Strongheart?
Hmm.
Sure.
In the original version, his name was Heart Vortex.
Yeah,
Heart Vortex, I love it.
and
I have no idea why he changed it.
Ooh.
Heart Vortex. Now that's absolutely a boylesque name.
That looks a bit like the collar thingy also. But I believe Baroque also has something.
Probably all like the legal people's accoutrement.
Yeah, maybe. But this fellow, I first thought, oh, White Rabbit, and I do see White Rabbit vibes, but I also think potentially slightly dodgy. I am suspicious of you still.
It's very Damon Gaunt.
He's very puppet mastery. Okay. Forensic Science Symposium. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, is that what Sherlock is getting all excited about? Herlock, sorry.
The Herlock's frustrated because he's stuck on a case that's boring.
Huh. Forensic science people are coming next month. Doesn't that mean that this month somebody has to get on a boat? Come to England?
Well, yes.
And wouldn't that someone be Susato's dad?
Could be.
Oh, it better not be bloody Ouchie!
He gets like plot prominence and it's like surprise.
I would love it if it were Ouchie, just so he could be like, I'm so excited to be here. Oh my goodness.
It's like
I love you.
you are somehow the most important person in your family. Like,
Mhm.
he's so worried about.
Wait, let's go examine things.
But before we do anything, let's look around the place.
That you didn't have 4 hours to do that.
This is what we did in those 4 hours.
Just explore.
I like that as a quote.
She said move for the fun of it because they enjoy watching them. I mean, it's not a bad strategy, TBH. Find out what's really going on with that man.
I saw a really good Lego ad that was about a guy in a suit of armor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. On YouTube. So I'm going to stop talking because it's not a good story, but it was a really cool ad.
Oh, you can go on if you want.
I can't. Also, for the record, I have way too many books, and I really do need to Marie Kondo them, but I don't think I don't think I can.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to because of all the moving around. So, I can only bring so many books. I have so many ebooks that are waiting to be read. Because my Kindle is stuffed.
Okay, let's see.
Like, hello, please give me my job back.
Okay, now we can read. Okay, right. So, London's top prosecutor Barak Van Ziek's life came under threat yet again as a group of heavily armed assailants, brandishing large knives and pistols, ambushed him last night. The sight of the Reaper of the Bailey and his companion valiantly keeping the mob of blackguards at bay was captured by this reporter, who then rushed straight away to the police to report this most heinous of crimes. Who is the reporter? Where is the byline? Right? As host of the great exhibition, the City of London can ill afford to have such brutal acts of violence occurring in its streets. And the Lord Chief Justice's office is sure to have a response to this latest incident. Can you just report it without editorializing it? Is this the editorial page? Right, anyway.
Part 2 of a journalist fact check the attorney.
As to Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's morning edition. Say why? Say because that is when the police are gonna tell us.
Yeah,
This
okay.
is just Victorian era BuzzFeed.
Because it's only just happened. But clearly the guys dashed off to get it to the printers, so it's happened during the day.
I tried to read all the other stuff.
No, he said
King Christian.
he said he rushed straight away to report it to the police. It might have not have happened since last night. May not have happened before press time. It might not have been rushed into midnight press. What do you wanted me to read?
I'm trying to read the rest of it. So King Christian VIII of Denmark
Issued what?
proclamation.
Yeah, you want me to read it? Today, announcing the results of his careful reconsideration as to who the rightful winner of the prize his father Frederick VI offered for the first man to discover any new comet with the aid of a telescope should be. It appears that
you're doing a space story.
appears that the winner will not even be a man at all, but rather a young American lady by the name Maria Mitchell of Nantucket, Massachusetts. Though there were multiple competing claims of the new comet's discovery from all nations, including one by British astronomer Mr. William Rutherford, King Christian was swayed by the fervent petition of Harvard President Edward Everett, who urged the charge d'affaires of the United States at Copenhagen as in quotes, as the fact of Miss Mitchell's prior discoveries undoubted and recognized throughout Europe. It would be a pity that she should lose the medal on a mere technical punctilio.
Wonder if that's true.
Well, you might want to Google it.
There's a article about a suffrage group under that Ultimate Gas Company, something about glass eye.
French court hears glass eye case. The feud de paix of Neuilly was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Flouillet, the defendant, ordered the eye as a replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found that she something more with it than she could before, and could not see any more with it than she could before, and was incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. The judge attempted to reason with the madame, but the endeavor proved to be something.
So the Mitchell story is true.
Yes, it is true. I would have thought if they put that much detail into it, it would have been true. Yeah.
And I haven't seen anything but the Harvard side of it, but it's true. It wasn't just in this alternate universe.
Oh, fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. Night of cordial dancing turned into a blazing ball something when one of the ladies' attendees' dresses caught on fire. In a panic at the situation of sudden appearance of flames at her feet, the lady dashed madly about the whole of the floor, igniting no fewer than 3, and then it goes on. Blah blah blah. Anyway. Okay.
Strangely, do you now have unnecessary feelings, Vinasuke?
My comes out as an aha on that day. When I hear it back, I go and it goes aha. Oh, okay. Due diligence.
I mean, you're also currently colonizing much of the world anyway. So.
I want to ask about this first section. Okay. Still not seen the parrot. The parrot is in one of the shorter episodes.
Yeah, I know the short story case you mean. What sure it's in here.
Okay.
Boom.
Speaking of policing, somebody was declared not guilty for murdering indigenous person in Perth today. It was very sad news.
Oh.
A cop who fired on someone.
Mm.
Even though
Whoa.
the prosecutor was going hammer and tone, saying like, it's quite obvious that nobody was provoking person, the cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just sad. Okay. Oh,
Oh, what?
who is the Attorney General if it's not him?
He's like the chief of police or something.
Yes, but then how come he's the one giving permission of who can appear in court? Wouldn't that be Attorney General's job?
They probably have to be like, we need to reduce the number of people, and so we need to shuffle around.
No, it wouldn't be, because the Lord Chief Justice would pick who's able to be a lawyer. The
He's-
Attorney General picks who's able to be a justice.
Who's a judge?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Ah, okay, so that's like his boss.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense because the Attorney General had to like figure out every single lawyer. That would be a lot of people.
Hmm.
No, do not detail every claim.
What 3 hours? Dot. What is the long dots for? I want to warm up some food.
He's detailing his arguments and claims for why he believes Britain is dragging his their feet on the forensic methodology.
Oh, right, this part, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's gone off. She's like me. Well, like, where's the nearest book? I think that canonically that spiel goes on for like hours.
Yes, yeah, it does.
Hmm.
For someone who lives in the Big Ben, you sure aren't good with time. But imagine if you were an international student, but like your study is not necessarily go to university and maybe have an internship subject, but like this, like literally your study is they throw you into the job.
Like an apprentice sort of thing.
That would be
Yeah, but
crazy.
you skip the university bit entirely, and you're like, all right. I mean, I would be into that. Like my final semester of my bachelor's, I did all internships. I was like, I'm done with writing papers, and so I did like 3 internships in one semester. Dun dun. Well, a compatriot is dead. Not much you can do about it. You haven't heard this even a lot. What would you be doing, man? Would you still be kind of his manservant now?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But you thought it was going to be the legal decision regardless.
Yes.
So what would Robinson do?
I don't know. Like, it's so weird, right? Because as soon as... How would you have smuggled him in? Is the question. He got him onto a boat, like getting him off, but then into the country? How?
I don't think Kazuma really thought that far ahead.
Yeah. It would have jeopardized everything Kazuma's trying
He
to
would,
do.
I mean, the same way he got on the boat through the suitcase.
I understand, but like when he was found out, it would have jeopardized everything for Kazuma, no?
I don't think he really thought that far ahead. Like, the fellow could have asked for a visa. Tourist visa, maybe.
Has it never occurred to you?
Dun.
Like, think about it like this. If he is a spy and he's supposed to come and turn up and talk to this fellow is going to be really cross. The spy is dead and there's this fellow trying to be a lawyer in his stead, and really, like, Kazuma is supposed to come over and do spy shit.
Mm. Good to know. It's like I wrote papers. He's done a job now.
Yeah, you need me.
Yay!
You need me for something. Like, do you know what the mission is? He keeps asking him, and we don't genuinely know. And he thinks maybe we're really good at keeping secret.
Congratulations, Yunosuke.
Your own mission in life has like turned.
Yes, you see, you want us to do something.
I mean, that's kind of his job to give assignments stuff.
I know, but how convenient one has popped up. This is this boy, right, who has gone and either murdered someone or got murdered himself.
I think he knows enough English to figure that out.
It's murder. There you go.
Of course it's murder. It's a turn, of course it's murder.
Okay. Don't tell me I'm gonna work this up. Oh, Dearsman. Oh, Diasman? Oh, Mr. O.D. Asman. Oh. Or die. O.D. Asman.
Hopsy, it sounds like you figured it out.
Well, I don't know. Probably not.
You have to put the Mr. in front of Mr. O.D. Asman. Yes. Am I saying it right? O.D.Asman? Diasman?
Odias, man.
Yes, like I thought that bit. O.D.Asman, but is there...
I mean, there is in one of the other Ace Attorney games, there is a victim called Dead Man, but
Yeah.
Dead man.
literally the name was Dead Man, like wow.
Mr. Deadman. Oh gosh, righto. Well,
Like Dead Man, like literally first and last name.
Dead man.
Like wow, that game
Oh.
ran out of ideas for you. Do you want a hint? Do you want the answer?
Yeah.
Odious Man.
Odious!
Oh,
Odious!
no. Odious man. Oh,
But here's
no.
some like
Is it?
other person of color representation. Mr. Asman.
Yes, Asman, Mr. Asman. Yeah,
Mr. Asman.
but also, is this the fellow with the mutton chops?
I think so, yeah.
Then in that case, I agree. Definitely odious.
I thought you would.
Odious Man. I know, like you have like all of us are like Middle Eastern.
Okay.
That
We-
one should be obvious.
Yeah, Hairbrain. Professor Albert Hairbrain. albeit harebrained.
Bit hairbrain. I think the Albert is just there, but like hairbrain is, as you can tell. There's your white rabbit. Is this man?
This white rabbit. This is right rabbit.
Can you imagine like those of us who have like a more like Middle Eastern or Muslim background and like, "Hey, Asman, what does this Asman do? What is the spell of the Asman?"
Oh,
What's your Asman?
He is behind you.
you kept us waiting for 4 hours, then you took another chunk of our time. And now we can't investigate.
Well, you need to talk to your like the client first.
He's like you have very little time to investigate. Like, yeah, well, that's your fault partly. Okay, there's a connection with the Reaper. Okay.
It's fine. Straight ruffians with guns, though.
So is he gonna prosecute tomorrow?
Do we know any other option? Are we like shipping Ouchie in from Japan?
We might get somebody else. Who the hell knows? Okay, a leader was indicted and prosecuted. Okay. But the man was acquitted. Is he talking about McGilded again? Oh my god. Okay.
I think it's some random.
Large sums of money. Oh yeah, because he hasn't been practicing for 6 months. Okay, so oh okay, right. The man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Odious. Mr. Odious. Is it Mr. Odious?
No, I think this is some other dude.
No, I think it's Mr. Odious. Koichi. Koinky dinky. Asman, Miss. Yeah, I told you.
I thought it was like some random. I forgot to actually connect. I was like, how was the timing with the henchman? I was like, wait, how would the henchman know to go after the Reaper now? If he hasn't died, you know, well, you're right. There you go.
Okay.
Why are all the investors such terrible people?
They still are to this day.
That's true, but still.
Okay, why do you use Lord Wenzix as a prosecutor? Okay. He's good at his job? I don't know. Okay. Oh, yeah, thank you for finally asking the question. Okay.
How does he know? And then
Da, da, da.
you might as well reschedule.
Has daylight savings gotten to you too?
A man
need
after
to be
my
better.
own heart.
Oh my god, this guy. You need a PA.
Usually he's on time though, so this is out of character for him. Usually he's timing everybody and saying you've got 2-3 seconds or whatever.
He's hiding the fact that he's running late, and so he makes everyone else hurry up.
That was. Okay. He had to go talk to this fellow of hers. So the prison visiting us clue. Why must all the academics look like this?
Oh, how many academics have we dealt with?
No, I'm not defending your hypothesis, I'm defending you, child.
Is that why you got stuck? You really think you got stuck with this guy?
Oh wait, they can't find the body? Is that why they think he's been murdered?
Well, you'll find out more about what the deal is. Oh no, the poor boy.
No, I understand what he's going through. I feel like that myself these days. People talk to me, then I realize I've zoned out. I go, oh shit, fuck, sorry, what?
Same. I'm so hungry all the time.
Huh?
And it's, why am I so hungry all the time?
Okay, Frankfurters.
Ritzy.
Divine Retribution, oh dear. Oh wait, what did I do?
Just show him the armband now. See what he says.
He's dancing.
Oh, mine are entirely illogical. What you just said about coins is not. Oh, you're gonna be a fun person to defend in court. Oh, I already feel tired talking to you. No wonder the subs opted out.
Who was our case 3 person? Oh, McGilded. Was like,
Was it,
ah yeah, case 3 seemed exhausting defense syndrome.
wasn't it Gina?
Do you know case 4? Case 5. Case 1, the last game was Renity gets trouble in court.
Yeah.
2 was Zuma dying. 3rd was McGilded. And then Soseki and then Gina.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Mhm. This is gonna be very exciting.
Sorry, I'm just getting.
How is trouble? And no wonder I'm having stomach problems. I eat it.
The cat is now getting a pat from Mari. Cat is fairly graciously receiving the pat, but she's currently sort of. She did a pose that was like, no, now she's gotten up in protest. She's
No.
going to go follow Mari into the office.
But Mari just left.
Mari has just picked up the cat and is escorting the cat back to the office, which I suspect is against the cat's wishes. Just quietly.
Well, I'm watching the tit stream, and I don't see either Mari or cat on it yet.
Oh, I suspect
Oh, there
they'll make a
is.
debut very shortly.
There you go. Presenting a cat, presenting trouble.
Hello world, my name is Trouble. I hate you.
Meow meow.
Meow meow.
The camera on Mari's. I'm trying to figure out like how many doors does this room have.
Only the one.
But it looks like they came out from the other side.
It's a magical mystery room, clearly.
What?
It's a creative room, to be fair. It's the room where Mari does all her work. And all her recreation. And in fact,
Are you
everything.
listening to this at all?
Yeah,
Mari really
the
doesn't
exits
need
are.
Like you got from one direction, but you came back with trouble from a different way. And I'm like, how in the fuck?
It's called getting up from a chair from the right, because the headphone wires are here.
No. I
I'm
mean,
going
like you left.
Round.
room.
No, I went around the chair out.
I missed you coming around the chair. I was like looking at it. I see nothing, and then suddenly you show up from my left towards. I was like, how did you get even into the room then? What? I missed you coming in with trouble. So it's like, how did you manage to come back in from the complete other direction?
So it's like I'm peeling something. Sorry. I wanted to peel this, and there's mold on one of the mandarin. chairs.
Ew.
Please don't throw the mandarin peels out, because here's a tip for any gardeners out there. You can put them on top of the soil, and this keep some pests away.
Any partners out there?
I think everybody's out and about. Nobody's like watching us today, except Bing Cortana. Hello.
Which is probably me.
Bum, bum, bum.
What is your deal?
This is why you have in scientific trials, you have to have like other trials before you test on humans.
Indeed.
Was peer review a thing back then?
Not quite, no. Not until very recently, I think. I mean, you had the peer review, as in, like, you had to be allowed to publish in journals quite often only if you were friends or accounted for by other fancy people in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Ooh.
there are degrees, mate.
Yeah, that's what we just said.
Oh, is this about the machine then?
Trade secrets. This is actually still a case with magicians. There are a fair few cases, including a David Copperfield one, where someone's been injured in a magic trick. But the magicians, even if it would help their case, refuse to let anyone examine the trick because, oh, we're going to reveal the secret. Even though you kind of need to know how it works to, like, understand whether the person who's injured has any, like, grounds to claim the trick did it. But yeah, the extent of, like, there was one where an audience volunteer got injured in a David Copperfield piece, but David Copperfield will not give any control, any permission for anyone to look at how his trick works, even though it could have exonerated him. That is how protective magicians are to their intellectual property. Like, they're like, no, you're fine. And it's interesting because in a lot of the Ace Attorney games, the Shu Takumi, who's been the lead writer of the Great Ace Attorney and also the mainline games, not so much the others, the other three, but like he's still involved somehow. He's a magician. His other day job's a magician, and there's a bunch of cases where it involves deconstructing a magic trick. It's like, well, someone got killed in here, and how does that work? And so obviously he doesn't have much conniption in revealing people's magic tricks because, you know, you need them to solve the plot. But it's interesting how you have this where it's like, oh, you know, I can't tell what's going on because even if it makes me look bad, the secrets are important. It happens. It's a real thing. It happens in magic. It might happen in other fields too. I definitely know it happens in magic. And like we glossed over his explanation by me ranting about magic and the law.
Yeah. My point is, like, he's saying, oh, you can break apart the bonds that hold particles together. Yes, but how are you going to make sure they're sufficiently A, rebonded when they get back together at the location you want them to get back together at, and B, that they rebond in the exact configuration that they were in before. And also the body is an ever-changing system.
Yep. It's alive. It's basically a whole pile of bacteria in one. I mean, I appreciate the dream though. Like sometimes I think if I could turn back time, I would be a physicist from kindergarten just so I could do this exact thing.
Yes, but then the problem with instant teleportation is, one, how do you resolve transportation issues? B, how do you resolve jurisdiction border crossing issues? C, how do you resolve people escaping from jail? People stealing things. Crimes like that, kidnapping.
I mean, you would need to have the machinery to make that possible, and that machinery might not be very easily available.
Possibly.
You know, like with border crossings, for example, you probably can only teleport in from particular areas.
They still maybe have to go to the other side of the border and then be waved through paperwork and all and then cross.
Yeah, just like crossing between Johor Bahru with Singapore, there are two border, like there's a causeway that connects them both. But you go to the Johor side of the border, you go through immigration paperwork, get your passport stamped, whatever, go on the bridge, you hit the Singapore side, another border check. And you leave.
Hold on, Iris is gonna probably say what I've just said. Oh. Oh! This is part of communications theory. Like, the more that you expand, and you're able to, like, so the railways did this as well. This moment the railways came about, it felt like the world had shrunk because suddenly you could get to places because the amount of time it took to get to those places was lessened significantly. And now with the internet, it also feels both big and small at the same time.
Yeah.
Funny, but
Funny brace. The Jurassic Park principle. I mean, he's not wrong. Yes, but you know, this case is also a case in like government grant funding being limited.
Yep. Where's the money in the sciences? There's no money in the sciences. There really
It
isn't.
is from government grant funding.
There's no money in the sciences. There's no money in the arts. There's only money in mining.
And military.
Oh yes, the military.
That's how you get money in the science and the arts, military.
Yes.
There's a book out, it came out years ago, where it talked about how a lot of the technological progress we've made have either come because of the military, because of porn, or because of food.
But like also there's right now there's this huge scandal going on at a game development company because half of what they're doing is funded because they're making contracts with the US Defense Force. I think we talked about this ages ago, you and I, like that staff had just found out and it was a whole thing, like, you know, the stuff we're working on might have applications in defense contracts, and they are going to the army because there are defense contracts being made that we are not being told about.
Oh yeah, the military and the games industry have had a close relationship. Hurley also fighting for government grant funding. That's another person we could like rope into the Great Ace Attorney play. Contact C0 SS. I don't know if you pronounce their acronym or you spell out the letters. Like, hi, so we've got one of the cases potentially being a thing about government grants.
Wait, who? Contact who?
CSIRO.
Oh, CSIRO, yeah.
Just like ask them to if we do the stage play.
Yeah, but
Ask them to sponsor.
we're not
It's
gonna,
about-
we don't know if we're gonna do this case or create like a little mini case of our own that happens in between somewhere. So
It's like a bonus case. Just like a shout out to government grants.
we don't know whether we are doing a straightforward case play or whether we're doing something in this timeline that
Yeah.
fits in. So
Here's our Mr. Asman.
but we could get them to sponsor maybe, yeah.
Or just like, just tell them about it. I'm like, oh, a play about government grants of science? Sure. Just like the proposal to Activision Capcom is going to be this list of potential partners that takes up a whole separate page.
Oh, he wanted to invest. You see, why? Because like then he can steal, you mutt, if it works. Or
But then again, if the government is not giving him money, what choice does he have?
also, alternate hypothesis for why Mr. ODS man wanted to invest. I think he wanted to fake his death. His death has been faked. He's used this to fake his death and used you as a patsy.
Interesting. But look, he's like, government not giving me money.
Angel investor. Ha 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 ha.
Yep, angel investor. Yep. Archangel investor. I mean, look. If the real life version of Mr. Odi Asman would like to come and throw money at me for this tag stage play or whatever 100 other projects are doing,
Hold on a second. You don't want the real life version because the real life version would also be a head of a criminal organization. Please, hello.
Yeah, but like you're making the argument that the government isn't.
You don't want to be jailed for associating with the criminal element, though.
I'm going to be jailed by the Malaysian government for making queer art, so either way. Either way. at least this I know, like I get like back up, like.
He gave you an engineer? Okay, that's interesting.
The production manager! The artistic director. I think I might have told this story to Mario, but I'll tell it to the stream, even though the stream is so far just me. But when I was doing my degree, my creative industries degree, we had a class that was creative industries management. And the lecturer, Zain Trao, he's been like an industry leader in the arts for yonks, right? And one of the classes was basically, here are all the roles in an arts organization. And said the artistic director is the person that goes, this year's festival, I want blue diamonds and trampolines. The production manager has to figure out how to do that under budget. And from that day on, in 2007, I was like, artistic director is my dream job. So I built my entire career up to that point, and then last year we did it with Animal Crossing Fringe, and I fell apart the day after. I was like, holy shit, my dream has come true. What do I do with my life?
I think because you are not just artistic director, you also production manager for that.
Sure, like in a lot of cases, I've had to do multiple roles. Maze was kind of a production manager, really. You know, in like at least in the technical live streaming sense. But yeah, the day after I was like, oh my god, the thing I had my goal on for like 13 years, I have achieved. Not in the way I would have ever expected to achieve it, but I have achieved anyway. He has ticked off my goals of being artistic director. What do I do in my life now? Full on crisis. And then now I'm being a fairy godmother. But yes. Thank you, Zain, for changing my life.
Shall we go to prosecutor's office?
Sure.
Ooh, fancy! Hey,
Now you see where he works.
Where's Brad? Where's Brad? Brad's boy's office.
I don't know where Brad is. Brad is probably with his mother. I don't know. I'll text him like, you're probably busy, but we're summoning you anyway.
Fancy. I don't know, it's not deadly at all. I find it quite nice. Oh, okay. What? He meditating?
Nice.
Oh, there he is.
And you get like a full frontal view of it.
Oh, wait. Why we call him Bradley for this? I got my wires because we need to call Bradley for Sholmes, not for him.
Well, that's what I just said. We're at Bradley's office. I mean, it's still there's also his aesthetic. It's kind of gothic vibes. I'm here because I miss you and I've fallen in love with you. He's got a scar on his face. Was it always there? Oh, he just noticed it.
Is this Jones? Apprentice.
You will not be able to sit still.
No. Apprentice. Wait. I've seen. This feels like I've seen it before.
Yeah.
Oh fuck no. Oh.
Oh.
Okay. I had put several hundred things together and come up with 2029.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
This might seem totally out of whack.
Okay.
This explains a lot actually now, come to think of it, because we were just having this conversation about. But how? Okay.
Like, yeah.
And I know you don't want me. You don't want to spoil anything for me. So I'm
Yeah.
like,
I'm just gonna say right out, I am not gonna confirm or deny anything you're saying. I'm just interested in what you're thinking.
this.
So I'm saying this now instead of saying it after you announce who you think it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel
Mm-hmm.
that this
Mhm.
is Kazuma.
Ooh.
Let me explain.
I'm gonna ask you to elaborate further. Sure.
One,
Mhm.
Kazuma asks Ryunosuke to come along. Now Kazuma, infatuated though he may be, is not someone who I think can be impulsive, but I don't think. I think he would have thought the practicalities through. He doesn't strike me as someone who happily gets the chance to kind of dance through life and not wear the consequences.
Okay. Wow.
So-
Okay. That is a hell of a sentiment. But yes.
No, but like you know what I mean. I think he'd be very careful to think of the consequences of anything he does.
Sure. Okay.
He doesn't strike me as particularly naive.
Sure.
I mean, maybe he doesn't know his own feelings, but like, yeah.
Nobody doesn't know.
But I think in terms of how the world operates, yeah. And I think maybe this was the plan all along to somehow get to England. But he saw maybe what Ryunosuke could do in that first case
Mm-hmm.
and altered the plan slightly, whereby it gives him more of a cover if he is supposedly found dead,
Sure.
and then has to come to, like Ryunosuke comes to England, everyone who's expecting Kazuma then has to deal with Ryunosuke and doesn't notice maybe that Kazuma is around and in the shadows and operating, doing what his actual mission is.
All right. Yep.
Okay? So
Mhm.
I am thinking that this is Kazuma.
Okay.
And that Ryunosuke has been a cover, in effect, a cover story situation. I
Okay.
think that Holmes was aware all this
Mm.
time,
Yeah.
which is partly why he also offered for them to stay with him,
Interesting. Okay.
and that there's this massive, huge case thing that they're building towards, right? Like that Holmes does not want to talk about or whatever, and this is why
Yeah.
also the prosecutor Baroque also knows a lot that he doesn't seem to let on.
Sure.
And I think Kazuma realized that it might be difficult for him to maintain the cover of being this student on a law thing and carry out his mission. So this kind of just worked out much better for him. Instead, he gets to nobody's looking for him because they're presuming him dead.
Sure.
And I feel like Holmes pronounced him dead. And Holmes knew about Wilson dying.
Mm.
And they are trying, and they know that Wilson dying is tied into this big case that they're going to try and work towards uncovering, because it's Kazuma's name, it's Wilson's name, it's Tobias Gregson's name, and yeah, so
Which is an assassin or whatever pun assassin name they're doing.
yeah, whatever that is, right? So I feel like that is kind of what is going on here right now. Because, like you said, maybe this is not Sherlock. Yeah.
Can you imagine Sherlock just sitting still?
Yeah. Maybe this is not Sherlock. I don't know, but maybe it is. Maybe
So you think it's right? You think it's Kazuma? Interesting.
I think it might be Kazuma.
Mm-hmm.
Who else could it be? Unless it's like a completely new character we don't know, but don't tell me it's the other cool thing is it's Susato dressed in drag coming back to play prosecutor for Baroque, because Baroque still needs to recover. So you'd think they'd find people in England, but anyway. So could be that. I wouldn't mind seeing that. So yeah, I have theories. Because I feel like that explains it, because I was also like, what the fuck? How is he going to explain that his best friend has also shown up with him if he was planning to get there alive? Which makes me think it's also like weird. What was Holmes doing on the ship in the first place? Right?
Yeah.
How convenient. How does Holmes pretend? He pretends not to remember shit. And it's like, dude, we met you on the ship. Like, what the fuck? You know?
Right.
Yeah, in those first couple of cases.
Like your memory can't be that bad.
Yes. So,
Like yes, you have ADHD, but your memory can't be that bad.
Yeah. So it felt like Holmes was hiding things, because even when he met us, like I've done the little short cases in between, and Holmes knew that Ryunosuke was in that room, and that's interesting to me. So I'm like,
Yeah, because there's a short case where Kazuma and Sherlock meet up. And like the canonicity of the short cases is questionable, but
So I'm like, I don't think somehow it would be anybody that has been brought forward as a witness
sure.
so far that is going to be the apprentice. I'm not sure.
He's just been hiding here this time.
Oh yeah, like what if it is Asman? Like it could be Odious Asman. Maybe that's what it is. He's been hiding there all that time. It could be him.
It's like, case is over, we found the guy. It'll be like the Shakespeare situation where he's not actually
Yeah. Like maybe Baroque doesn't know who he is. Maybe there's a reason. There's also, remember, the newspaper.
Sure.
Alright, I want to look at this damn newspaper.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Who the fuck is this? If this is Baroque, who the fuck is this?
Yeah. The compatriot.
Yes, exactly. Right? So I'm like, that's an interesting.
So even Zodi Asma, like, why would he ever hang out with Danzig? The Danzig just sent him, tried to like prosecute him.
Here's my other. Okay. So first theory, Kazuma. Second theory,
Sure.
weird as it is, and you have a point. Would Sherlock ever sit still? Sherlock. Right? Third theory, Giselle
Yeah.
Brett, because we don't know her
Ooh.
fucking deal.
She's dead though.
Oh yes, that is true.
I mean, also, well, but then again, Kazuma is also dead, and we're disputing that. So,
Yeah. And there's this whole great departed soul business. Oh my god, what if it is Wilson?
back first case.
Is this why nobody's telling the child that father is dead because he's not really dead? Everyone's like,
Yes.
oh, it's not the time, it's not the time, it's not the time. I don't know. This does not look like the profile Wilson had before.
No, Wilson was like this, like
He was much
older.
Yeah,
man.
sturdier built man. This guy looks like he's like what 19, 20 at least, and up.
Mhm.
So, what was it? First theory, Kazuma's second theory,
Sherlock.
Sherlock. Third theory, okay, can't be just Albrecht dead, but I mean, who the hell knows? Could be maybe Susato in drag.
Again, she's just like, you know what? I'm just transitioning from here on out.
Yeah. Both it could be a completely new person, but I somehow feel it's not.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to continue playing the game to find out now.
Is it or isn't it?
Well, we will only know once you continue.
Yeah,
There's
okay.
only so much you can glean from this slightly over the top presentation of
Well,
this new person.
Can I say something? This bit and this bit look extremely suspiciously familiar to me.
Which bit and which bit?
What's on the cuff and what's on these kind of pants.
Okay.
Is it one of the sailors? Could be one of the sailors.
You're just like every random person. It's the ballerina. This is how the sheet sex.
Okay.
Well, I mean, keep playing the game and we will find out what this person's deal is.
Wait, let's see. It's someone who can wield a sword. Come on. How is it not? Masked vigilante with a sword? It could be the reporter themselves because, you know,
Reporter.
well, actually, no, the reporter would have taken the picture.
It's like a selfie. Well,
Able in combat! Oh! Okay. Alright.
Obviously, do you have any theories as to who it could be?
None at all, actually. I'm stuck. I'm completely lost. Sorry, I know this is really stupid. I should know, but I'm stuck.
Wondered if you had like any ideas.
No, the brain is stymied.
I told you it's not him. Somebody
It's him in the mask.
else is doing it. We have an assassin on our hands.
We've been reading the picture wrong the whole time. It's him in the mask. So you have to answer who's the other guy.
Wait, so what? So he's in the
I'm
mask?
making a joke that in the photo it's him in the mask.
I
So we have to
no, I
remember
think he's the other guy in the top hat. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think, yeah. Because they would.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like making a funny. I'm just like, okay.
Who is the secret assassin?
Oh, present the armband to him. I mean, you can also present the newspaper to him, I guess, but.
Is it that Van Zix?
It is Van Zix, I'm just being silly. Just like, haha, what if it's him in the mask and then we'd figure out who the other guy is.
no, maybe you're right. Maybe that is Van 6 and this is...
No. That is Van 6. I have to speak.
It looks very different from this angle. Oh, wait a minute. No idea been photographed. It was careless of me. Hey, is this Van 6?
No, it's not. Van 6 is the other guy. I'll tell you this now because otherwise I'll be stuck in this rabbit hole for too long. Seeing what?
I know where I've seen those bits of the pants and the thing. Isn't that Hosonaga? Because it's like a very policey military.
Show up here and be his apprentice.
Isn't it like a very military, policey kind of uniform?
It dresses up in random costumes. I guess if he's here as like an undercover person, I don't know. I don't want to like try and confirm or deny any suspicion.
Either that or Hosonaga is the assassin.
It's him all along.
He's always covered in blood.
That is just that he's hiding his crimes.
Okay.
I love this stuff.
Theory 1, Kazuma. Theory 2, Herlock. Theory 3, Watch Susato. Theory 4, someone new. Theory 5, Hosonaga, okay?
Okay. I'm kind of loving the Hosonaga idea. Present the armband to him. He's actually kind of a touching bit, I think. No.
You know a little bit too much to have phrased it this way. Suspicious.
Ooh.
You know a bit too much. I never exactly said who gave it to me. I just said it's a symbol of the defense system. You would have assumed it was mine.
No, Yonosuke has gone on and on about how this was my best friend's armband.
Yes, but not specifically to Baroque, I think.
I think he's mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
See, he's like the... you got an achievement for that. But like, yeah, he's like so far the only guy who actually has something very nice to say about your armband. Herlock makes a comment about K9s. Everyone else is like, what's the point? He's like actually very thoughtful about it. Chess, canonically also Miles Edgeworth's favorite game. Where does that come from? Actual wine.
So you can smash them everywhere around. Yeah, thank you.
As Iris says.
Oh.
But he only does it when Ryunosuke is around. It's like, you're now held liable for the cost.
Oh my god. when we come to talk to you before, you're quite nice to talk to. You're the,
You,
the
no, you have control over your actions. The snark.
Snap, snap,
The sass bucket.
snap, snap. Oh! Why?
Random person.
Where's Brad? Hello? Hello?
Well, Brad is coming back from dinner with a friend. I did text him.
Brad, this is...
I look very bad though, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't look like Brad. I just feel like this is what Brad would like. I don't think it looks like Brad.
No, it does have a very Brad vibe to him. A little more than Baroque, maybe.
I don't know, this boy is cute. Probably dead though.
Probably. Are you taking a photo of the screen?
I would like to not obviously wear this specific thing, but to like dress in a similar manner. Is this Van I don't think this is Van
Mm. They're like, they made him look too attractive to be Benzig.
Yeah. Don't have to pick me, surely.
He's like, how dare you say the portrait is hotter than I am?
I don't know, it's not me.
That's secret.
He won't say.
He won't say. Look at that.
Maybe he's like the first in a long line of people who would go to Games Workshop to make things.
This is the sentence.
No shade. If you like it, you like
This
painting
is
miniatures.
for ever giving Benzig a heart attack.
I have to say now, if it is Herlock, I will be very disappointed.
Yeah. That.
Reaper's Familiars.
What is this conversation?
I'm kind of afraid to also like check who this person is.
You're not trying to what?
I'm kind of afraid to check who this person is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what if it's Soseki?
This is how we escape the Reapers, like we're pretending to. That's how we learn how to. The timing won't work though. Like when did we have the chance to like come back from Japan being a famous author? Would
Invited yourselves to he's so fed up with
it's just like I cannot. These children. Well, well. Come on, man. Yeah, that it can't be Harlock. Harlock will never sit still. Haha, you don't get a chance. Now you get to talk to him.
Yeah, no, I think it comes out. We'll see. We'll talk about stuff. Though. Okay.
What Panama Papers bullshit has he been caught up in?
Mhm.
Like, how do you know this?
Hmm.
It's a cult. Like, there's a whole bunch of people who like use the replay. It's like anonymous, but like murdering. You know the guy.
Why is he so shocked?
Well, at this point, I don't think he knows Ryonosuke is back in legally being able to
Ah,
be a
right.
disciple.
So maybe that
I don't
was
think he's got
maybe
the
that
memo
was
yet.
the surprise.
Well,
yeah.
they just told him. They just told him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like the first he's heard of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because for 6 months he hasn't been able to practice, right? So
Mm.
yeah, and
But it also turns out they know each other.
interesting. London's a small place, a contemporary of mine.
Yeah, but the dude is German, remember?
Practicing. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, you need to get there.
It's like the world is too small. You have a long conversation with this man. Yes, international students exist.
Respectable British family, okay. Graduated from University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research. That's all, okay.
My dad nearly moved to Germany to do research. I could have very well been German. He got a PhD opportunity, but
Okay, so
and then he
doing law,
instead.
he was in science, paths rarely crossed. Curiously got along. Not met him. Yes.
It's such a dramatic.
Well, it's probably good that you're not representing him. You're just prosecuting man. Gonna send him to his death. Your university colleague. Okay, we're both shocked, right? I shocked you, you shocked me, yay. We are friends, it's true. Okay.
Iris speaking straight facts. Yeah, you also prosecuted Gina and Soseki.
Yeah,
Those two are nice people, and you're gonna prosecute your scientist friend.
yeah, hold on,
Okay.
hold on.
Just making my point for you.
Okay, wait.
Since I encountered you, well,
Okay, fair. Was that why they attacked him? I wonder. Oh, is that why Strongheart keeps? What would Strongheart do to get the numbers to look right and to drop? Would he do anything to get the numbers right?
Mm. Oh boy.
Everybody's got a bloody hero complex here. Oh my god. Bloody British ideals of honor.
You are looking to a boy. You are talking about a Japanese boy who also has the same ideals of honor.
They're not quite the same ideals of honor, are they? I don't think they're the same ideals
Yeah,
of honor.
hero complexes.
I don't know about a hero complex. I think he's just having survivor's guilt at the moment.
True. All right. Who is this fellow?
I don't think we're gonna find out now, are we?
Ooh.
I think this is like we are gonna be teased with this for a while.
Mm.
Bruno is not Herlock's apprentice, for fuck's sake.
Manservant, sure.
A report about last night's attack. Ask. On the plot thicker. Plot thicker. Oh, interesting.
Your reactions are amazing to watch.
Is this Harlock or is this Kazuma? Or is this Susato? Susato! Oh my god! Ten. Oh my god! Okay. Susato never went back to Japan. We played a case that she concocted in a letter to make them think that she was still in Japan.
Where that? Because she would have needed information she couldn't get in England. Unless you're saying she and Soseki were in it.
Yeah, she and Sasaki were in on it.
That would be a very like well. I mean, it's your theory.
Okay. Oh.
Well, does this look like any one of your theories?
It's so hard to tell, no? Oh, wait. Like, so we have to guess by what's peeking out. No.
Well, I'm just asking.
Not Strongheart himself.
No. Can you imagine the?
Oh, is it that comms boy? I don't like that comms boy. The one-
Oh, the ex Benedict.
Yes, Benedicti fellow. What's his name? What's his actual name?
I forget. I know who you mean though.
Yeah. The one who does the dance and puff.
Yeah.
Feel like I've seen this. Are you sure it's not Herlock? This is interesting.
Herlock comes in still to save his life.
This is like a little weird. Like that's a little weird to me. Mm.
Gonna like put dry on. Well, you puzzle out who this person is.
Hmm. Have we seen this brooch before?
Sure.
Huh?
I'm not sure. I'm just boiling some water.
I mean, you're saying Herlock can't sit still, but maybe he can.
What?
Um, the one eye you can see is very
Oh,
menacing.
Fred's here. Hello, Fred!
Fred, hello. Hello.
I'm here. Yay! Guess the person in the mask. It's my prompt to the audience of myself and Brad.
Mm,
Also, you missed Bats in the Belfry, with the Bats in the prosecutor office. I feel like that's a detail you would appreciate.
uh, uh. Is it that bloody child? Mr. Wilson's assistant.
What, Giselle?
Not Giselle. The girl who was accused of murder.
Oh, the girl, the Susato's
Yes,
new
yeah.
girlfriend.
Yeah.
Brad says, I don't know. Shakespeare!
No, it's not Shamspeare. It's not
He
Shamspeare.
wishes.
Can't be Shamspeare.
The AU and Shakespeare gets the second line. That's reference. So, Brad, for context, Van Zig, the prosecutor who you voiced at one time, has adopted a very mysterious apprentice that we have not met prior to this. And we have no idea who this person is. They just suddenly showed up.
Is it the guy in the painting?
Why would you hide the guy?
Manda, how the hell would I know? I don't know what is happening in the Baroque
Go,
family.
go, go.
Is it like another character from Holmes, as in Moriarty, or is it Mycroft?
Now even Brad's wondering.
Fuck yeah, who is this?
So, Brad, to fill you in, I have an idea what's going on, but I'm not saying. Mari, what were your top 5 theories so far?
Okay, so before we got to see this guy head on, face to face, he had his back to us, right? So,
Yeah.
and
He's been sitting down with his back to us this whole time.
and the pronoun used has been he. My first, because the case is also called the Great Return of the Great Departed Soul. My idea is that one, this is the formerly thought of as dead best friend Kazuma. So that's theory 1. Theory 2, it was Herlock, but Tiara keeps saying Herlock cannot stay still to save his life. Theory 3 says it's Susato in drag. Theory 4 says it's a unknown character we have not met in the game, at least. Maybe one of the other characters knows them from before, but we have not met them in the game. And then theory 5 was that it was Hosonaga. And
the Japanese detective. I don't know if you had a chance to really see him in action, Brad. But Hosonaga was like the detective in Japan who's always in costume and is dying of tuberculosis.
yes.
He's a very sweet man, but the dude needs some medication.
And there are like these 3
Susato in drag is Brad's vote.
got with drag.
We got to see Brad. I don't know if you got to see that stream where we played through the first case in this game. Susato is in drag, and because it's like, oh, I'm back in Japan and I have to defend my best friend, but they don't allow women in court, so I'll just have to be a man. Yeah, tuberculosis. But and like like apparently Susato looks really, really good as a man to the point that the best friend is like very obviously flirting with her. She's like, even after it's revealed who she is, she's like, I don't care. I need you to put this on and ask me out for ice cream. Hosonaga and Suseki were like, holy shit, you look good as a man. And so it's entire everyone is having like bi panic or just panic.
I mean, this is a very tall collar.
Mhm.
And that's what makes me think, like, the tall collar makes me think Sherlock, etc. But, like, it could be
A
Kazu.
Merchant of Venice reference, says Brad.
A pound of flesh?
You both are delving into literature that I'm not very aware of. Well, why don't we move along and see if we get any more information?
I feel like this brooch might be key, but I can't remember where I've seen it. I feel like I've been the cuffs. We've been able to see a little bit of the pant and the cuff, and I've been like, I feel like I've seen that somewhere before. Yeah. So.
Well, let's
The
see.
eyes are weird.
Woman dressing as a man to defend someone.
Ah.
Oh, that's the Merchant of Venice reference. Oh, okay, that there. I was
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
mystery masked person with a high collar.
Rinosuke's gone for some reason.
It's like, oh, the person is showed up in front of you. Of course, you're gonna be startled. We've been staring for a while.
What?
Side profile. Does the side profile give you any information?
Oh,
I think all the creeps, huh?
um, it's Herlock, isn't it?
Why are you so insistent that it's Herlock?
I feel because I've seen it's okay. I'm being a bit more. Feel like I'm a little bit more sure. It. What is with the eyes for this mask?
It's very spoopy. He can collect my briefs, yes, of course, but I knew that was coming from you. That's why
Which one? Which one can collect your briefs?
probably both.
Oh, you should have seen the painting. We'll go back to the painting, Brad, just for you. Just for you. Who apparently is not man 6, but like it's just for you. We'll go back.
Yeah, we'll see if we can do it.
Well, not just for you, for me also. I didn't mind looking at that picture.
Either says Brad.
Huh?
I asked who can collect my brief, then he said either.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like it could be Hosonaga too. But
God. I want that to be true.
I think it's Herlock or Kazuma. I feel a little bit more certain Herlock or Kazuma.
Okay, so that's
I
the
mean,
top.
here's the problem, right? Because like the soul is departed. Why call it the case of the return of the departed soul or whatever?
Yeah. And like as far as we know, Herlock is not dead. There's more movement. Very, very meaningful gaze.
Very and that was a very like a step back like nod. I was like, someone doesn't want to bow.
Well, they're not interpreted.
I mean, Herlock told us not to follow him as well. That's why I'm thinking it was Herlock. Herlock's been acting a bit suspiciously. And
I
he-
think it's Herlock.
And if he's been doing paperwork, no wonder he's bored.
I think I can see his
And-
purple tie.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe it's Herlock.
Interesting.
You're telling me he can't sit still, but he's been ordered to do things. Oh, because he's been ordered.
When does that? Anyway, keep going. Dot, 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 dot.
Yeah, I feel like it could. Herlock. Because I feel like the red and white pants of sea.
Meaningful gaze, yeah. Even both at the same time. I just like look at the chat again.
God bless with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Okay.
Do you think Herlock could keep his mouth shut?
I think Herlock has some weird subdom thing going on.
Purple tie, purple tie.
I feel Herlock has some weird subdom thing going on.
Oh, Brad, you missed this earlier. The opening scene for this game, Runosuke has come down to sort of the living room of the apartment, and they're talking about how like he's not had anything to do for the last 6 months except study because case shenanigans is not allowed in court. And at one point, Herlock was like, "Oh yeah, you've been like doing some study and like helping us around the house and getting me bread. You make a very good manservant."
Hold on, I have to let the cat out.
Escaping cat.
Okay, bye.
The cat is out of the bag. Or might still be in the bag. A meaningful gaze is really like the tagline to the entire Ace Attorney series. My trouble.
Trouble is going to find Andrew.
Come see me, Trouble.
Where she come?
That is.
Okay.
Not yet, but I hear the jingle of the bell.
Okay, let's see.
Jingle.
Casually at that dollars posture. Ooh. Oh! Oh, Ryunosuke has a sneaky suspicion.
She has a clue.
He has a clue. Meaning to ask you. Okay. Oh, so Seki.
Remind me of the iconic Kate Blanchett, my gaze moment.
Oh, I like how the music starts up again because like the whole conversation has been diverted.
Oh, he cares about Soseki.
No, I think when Seeks is like, I had to make small talk so that the apprentice doesn't get found out. God damn my life.
Well, he doesn't know who the apprentice is either.
I think he has an inkling.
Do we get to look at the painting?
I want to look at the painting.
Feel happy about that award. Oh no, racist man is a little less racist. Surprise.
Okay.
Oh yeah, our client in this case is a mad scientist.
Okay.
Okay, see. Alright, this is a portrait we wanted to see, Brad.
Wait, we'll get closer. There you go.
Ta-da! Actually, I remember when he was here doing Vedzeek's voice. There was like, I think I meant sort of hinted at, oh, there's another character in here I think you suit better, and that's the guy. That's who I had in mind.
So is this apprentice fellow?
Mm. Brad says, ooh, is all I'll say about that.
Because theory 4 was that it's an unknown person we haven't met yet, so maybe it is this fellow. And maybe this fellow is the assassin now.
Maybe.
The person going around killing people when he shouldn't
Maybe.
be. Naughty.
The real life Reaper.
Yeah.
Let's look at the hair.
Look at those cheekbones.
Yeah, I know, right?
I want the cheekbones. Anyway, I got a picture of it for you, Brad.
Yeah, we can probably like fast forward.
He gets so annoyed. I think it is your brother or something, isn't he?
Yeah, like the bone structure, like the poor Barrock Bensing's gonna get a heart attack.
Oh, has this person posed as Van Zix while Van Zix was away or something? And that's how the rumor
What is-
started.
I'm trying to figure out what this emoji Brad is using. Wow.
Okay, where shall we go? Let's go to the prison.
Yeah, because we need to talk to the professor. Like, excuse me, how are you two friends?
Okay.
So this is our client, the mad scientist Albert Harebrained.
Unassuming, gentlemanly, all around nice fellow. Okay, something weird is going on. Van Zix and the other person are swapping places or something. Okay, maybe Van Zix is not really Van Zix, and is this why it's like coming back to the Hound of the Baskervilles thing? Because like that was also a dodgy, weird situation.
Interesting idea. Okay. God. I mean, trauma also can change people.
Backstory, little
Of course, now Twitch decides to like hang on me.
What?
Oh no, it came back. I think just my connection.
Hmm.
Because I wanted to see what your reaction to Little Darling is.
Have we caught up?
Yeah, we caught up. Yep. Hey, baby. Where's his baby?
Little darling. I hate the baby.
Where's his baby?
And learned what he had become.
Ah, so he's aware.
Yeah. I did hear though.
Yeah,
Aww.
Trauma can change a person.
Mhm. Is that where he got his skull? That's where he got his skull. Did you go to uni with Sherlock by any chance? Because like both of you seem to have been in the same class. The way you guys react to things.
Sherlock would be a bit like Steve Jobs or Zuckerberg or Gates, where they're like, if they try to go to uni, they drop out because they're like, they have too much shenanigans. Like, I don't know university. Oh, he just realized like the implications.
I don't know.
There are so many international students in this.
It might be.
Yeah, so to catch Brad up, there's a great exhibition which is like the World's Fair. He was trying to demonstrate a scientific experiment where you could transmit people, basically the beam me up Scotty variant, someone died.
And the person who died is
Investor
yeah.
can't get a government science.
Sorry, he has invested, but he's also head of a criminal organization. He has previously got himself acquitted from court, and when he's presumed to have died in this explosion, I say presumed because I believe it was a fake death situation, and his goons attacked the Reaper, believing the Reaper was the cause because he got off his trial, got acquitted, and everybody gets acquitted after being prosecuted by the Reaper dies anyway. So his goons attacked the Reaper. Barack Van Zieks.
He's only worried about science.
This is an interesting soundtrack coming up. Violins playing. A very melancholy, sad tune. Okay. What is this meritocracy bullshit? We just had Prue Gower trying to stuff it down our throats.
I mean, it's the Japanese writers writing this.
Not sure. That works. Not sure that works. What?
Well, we need to investigate the scene of the crime.
Yeah, if they let us go. No, now, yeah, because previously we couldn't go. Okay.
We didn't examine the cell. Does that matter?
No, it's much the same cell. I don't think we didn't have the thing light up to allow us to.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Jesus, okay. Oh, hello, Gina. Oh, poor Inspector Gregson.
You're here, here you are, you're here, here.
Here's the song.
Iris has got him wrapped around her finger.
Yeah, once. You're once, twice, 3 times a lady.
There's so many song references. No, 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 no! Making Iris high as the kite. No. Dan, Rexon, you should know better. You don't keep the kid edibles. She already has enough chemicals in her house. Ta-da!
Nara Odo.
The narrator. Corruption. Like, I didn't say anything.
I keep hearing myself coming back, making the most funniest sounds because I'm making them here and they sound so
Sorry,
weird on the other
I
end.
couldn't find my headset, so
No,
it's a
no,
little
no,
bit.
no, that's fine. She's got herself apprenticed to Gregson. She's gonna be a detective. Oh my god, it's an Inspector Lestrade, but a female one.
This is your Inspector Lestrade. This is how Inspector Lestrade is Gina.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, that's an everything.
You were wondering what happened. Where did Inspector Lestrade go? Well, there you are.
Okay. Oh, she has to call him sir. She doesn't like that. Oh, no wonder there's animosity in the actual canon. Hey, don't worry. It answers a lot for me.
Oh man, when you were wondering what happened, where's the Inspector Lestrade, I was like holding back so much.
That looks like a device to fire an arrow to me.
The same facial expression. I always wanted to play in the Crystal Palace. You know that TV show?
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to go on there so bad.
It
Like
was,
the precursor to the escape room.
it was a very different. It's a very different vibe to what it was when it was on TV when I was younger now.
Oh, yeah, because they had a reboot.
Yes, they had a reboot.
Is it that?
It's not what I remember. So, okay.
I remember they were kickstarting for like you can have tickets to actually play the Crystal Palace game. At one point, you don't have to do it. Mr. Glitch.
Oh, the hot air balloons are doing a great business.
They queue everywhere.
Oh, this time we can look up. Oh, that's an interesting thing. We can look up this time. Wow.
The sky. And you have zooming powers apparently.
Oh, he got tossed through there. Oh my god. Okay, so there is a body.
Just about to space. These are not UFOs. It's a dirty alien edition.
I can't go to the side, can I? I can't go to the side.
Yeah, for the benefit of the rest of the world.
Mhm.
I lived in the US for 4 years. I still never, 3 years or so, I still never got around to understanding the measurements. But I also don't understand local measurements. I have very bad sense of scale. You tell me something is 9 meters, I still can't imagine what that.
Well, I think in England there's still 2 meters now. I think they switched
Yeah.
over. That's an interesting notion. Okay. So H is to look up. Oh, and then go back to. Okay.
She stole your paper. Anything but Odo.
Defender Naruto.
We need to find a new nickname for him. Can you examine either of those two items?
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Hold on. I think it is definitely clockwork to fire a gun. Fire an arrow.
Can you move the cursor?
Yeah, I can move the cursor, but it's not finding it.
Oh, we found something.
Where?
Tip.
Ah, yeah. Yep, there you go, bow and arrow. Crossbow.
Well done. What did you do, Iris? Oh, that's where you find out that it does archery.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering where does that become canon?
Like, because he says he can't, he's not very good at it, but he knows how to fire things. So, you know, he's learned, definitely, just not that great.
And then there's also the glove thing he wears.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to find. Part of a raincoat, okay.
That's Mr. Holmes' methods, all right.
Can we look at this again after we get a break?
Well, coming Kate.
Da, da, da.
Is that how there's like anything to do with Lestrad's actual story?
No, when you first meet Lestrade and Gregson are just two officers on the force who don't quite like each other or get on. One of them is a bit more... Lestrade is a little bit more open to Holmes than Gregson is, and it's meant to kind of compare contrast how he's viewed, because Lestrade might go to him with questions and might invite him to come to crime scenes, whereas if it's Gregson, it's often a third party asking Holmes to go get involved, and Gregson gets cross that he's there,
Yeah.
but has to comply because it's usually Mycroft pulling strings or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's general gist of it. I think it was meant to compare contrast, and also like it'll be a bit weird if it was always like, I guess it wouldn't be very realistic if it was always the same cop involved in all the So there's a few names mentioned, and like it's kind of also showing the different reactions because like quite often Canon Holmes is very scathing about the police office. He's not very police officers. He's not very nice. He's often like calling them fools and stuff, and it's very condescending. And it's like, dude, okay, the police aren't great, but like also you're just East. Holmes is not a nice person.
Holmes is probably going ACAB.
Holmes can be ACAB, but Holmes is also just generally not a nice person. Like, he considers a lot of people fools, and it's just like he's very full of himself, very egocentric. He's just not a nice person, and that's why, like, a lot of people like Atla because he's like completely flummoxed by her.
Right.
Yeah, and she pulls one over on him, and Canon Holmes reminds me of the fuckboy that actually finally had an experience where he did fall in love and the woman got away. And he got fucked over. So what he did to others, he finally got done to him.
Right.
Yeah, that's what Holmes reminds me of.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And he's very scathing. He's like, why can't you work out this logic? Like, maybe people worked out logic. Maybe there's other stuff that compels them to do the opposite thing that you're not considering. Because, like, here you are, footloose and fancy-free gentleman with an education. Maybe the reason the cops don't get to figure out what's going on is they don't have access to all the privileges you come with, you bastard.
Mm. No.
Aww. That is so cute. Aww.
Chickens.
Aww. Did Herlock actually approach Gregson, or did he blackmail him into it, or did you tell him to do it, Iris? He enjoys finding ways to make people do what manipulative so-and-so.
Blackmail. Child. No. Everyone's so concerned with this.
He knows what I'm like. Interesting.
Reaper is God.
Okay.
It's like, because I'm actually a good person at heart, I don't die. Like, Reaper doesn't go uh, to like innocent people.
Hmm.
Hmm?
Ain't seen a better experiment here yet. Okay, not for you, the trauma of seeing someone die. You're just like, ah, brilliant experiment. It exploded, so must have gone well. Okay, so both of them were witnesses.
Mm.
Well, the judge in the trial is going to get a shock tomorrow when she shows up again, but she's as a witness and a cop. I'm on duty and I can do whatever I want. Watched it from above. Oh my god. if she joined, she'd drive Paul Gregson up the wall. You know how.
Everyone's aware.
Oh, you can't choose. Okay.
The conflict of interest.
Well, that. But also, how is he alive?
Well,
Hmm. Well, that's the force of the explosion, surely. But okay. I mean, maybe it did work. Maybe the twin shenanigans. Maybe he managed to get over there in time.
mm.
The blind over. I think he ziplined over.
Well, there's no evidence of a zip line anywhere.
Maybe that's why there's a crossbow.
You would see though if something was ziplining.
In the midst of all the smoke? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what it is. Doesn't have to be a zipline. Oh! Thank you, thank you. Oh, wait, this one. She's gonna be great for the cops because she can just go through and pick out evidence from various people's pockets while they're being interviewed.
Yeah, but then she goes and gives it away to people.
Okay. Oh wait, I'm confused. I'm a little confusticated.
What?
Where I thought it was at the top of this thing, not at the bottom here.
No, it's at the top level.
Ah,
So that's the top level of the closest building to us, and in perspective, the back is the Crystal Tower. They're both very tall.
okay. Right, so it's standing on a tall building, looking at part of another tall building.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Step out of the bank. The forensic investigation team, I think. Okay, they formed one. Who's on this forensic investigation team? Who is on CI, whatever?
CSI.
Yes, whatever.
CSI Victoria.
No, CSI London, no? Oh, is that what you were doing? You were trying to look at it. Okay, let's go see. Sorry if I'm going through this a little bit slowly.
It's fine. I think you have to examine something.
Okay. Thought we examined everything, but alright.
You have to examine a way up. Yeah. Examine the stairs.
Oh, okay, that's a separate thing. How come none of this bit blew up?
Well, you get season of evidence of damage. How you know?
Smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. What? Leave in the room.
I've been to the one in Japan, but more recently. She's still samurai! Jamming, oh! The jamming ninja is a separate reference. But yeah, I don't think you've encountered. Oh, kind of. In the one where Maya gets kidnapped, there's a jamming ninja.
Batitsu Master Ninja.
Oh no! No, don't be that. Don't be ouchie. No.
Okay. Not blasted, that's the point, okay. Okay, all this time you grandstand as if you're the one with the one brain cell. Right? And now
And
you're
then
like, I'm
backwards.
just a child! What do I know? It's like, Susato, you, and maybe Baroque have the brains. Maybe
Yeah.
Kazuma. Though I would question some of his decision-making skills, but okay. And this is why I said if it's Kazuma, it makes so much fucking sense, all the decisions he made, because some of them don't make sense otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Talmanitsu. Oh, why did you do that? Why did you activated him? Why?
Evicted him. That's the Liverpool. Oh, why you giving him hit points? You're giving him a sedative. A pointless sedative.
Is it? Is it really
Well,
wonderful, Gregson?
And I got
Oh
his
god,
attention.
now we have to talk to him.
This, oh my god.
Mhm.
Babe, those two. He doesn't get that manipulated.
Well, at least he's left us. Oh my god. It's weird. Okay. Oh, that was actually investigating most of it. Okay, right. That was weird. I didn't expect
Yeah,
that.
because we can't. Oh, this is a video missed. The first one. Poor boy has a fear of heights.
Oh, wait, we can look up. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not a ton you can do.
The flaw in this is if it did work, you'd need a receiving machine. You have a sending machine, but I think you need a receiving machine to translate all the particles back into original form or whatever.
There you go. You can contribute to the science of this.
Somebody really watched Star Trek while writing this and went, let's write a story about that.
I mean, no beaming people through things. It's a very common science fiction trope.
Temari handballs. Temari handballs.
I want to be on a hot air balloon ride. Damn, I don't think I've ever.
Not sure I have been either. I can't remember going in one.
I haven't either, but sometimes you see them flying over Melbourne.
Hmm.
It's very common, like, here, I gifted you an experience for your birthday, kind of.
Hmm.
Andrew, you're here.
Hmm. What?
I can have ice cream.
Oh, how did you go with the ice cream I sent you last week?
I think there's still some in the fridge, right?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, we slowly
just-
going through it.
I was in the Yes, I've been savouring it. I've been eating it try not to eat it all at once, which is hard to do, to tell you the truth, because it's very delicious. So
Yeah.
So thank you very much again for it. No, it was very kind of you. And yes, it's so good.
He was telling his entire family about it. Oh,
I was.
I did this, and then we do this on Saturday nights, and so sent it to me as a gift and surprised me because I didn't even twink.
Mm.
In twink.
I
I
didn't
didn't
even
realise what I was talking
twig.
about.
twink.
I didn't realise that when you were asking me about what's your favourite ice cream, I didn't realise that you were actually offering me ice cream.
Bye,
I was like, oh, okay.
I think of something saying that.
There we go.
Your pension, your retirement plan yelled at you.
Superintendent.
I know.
Aww, me.
See, Ben 6 is the only one who has been nice to him about this armband. And he's like the one like overtly racist dude.
Mm. Well, now, I don't think a lot has changed, to be fair.
Hmm.
Public safety is not always top of mind for most governments.
But risk assessment though.
I mean, like, we'll damage public safety if we go ahead with fossil fuel. Because climate change. Yeah, let's keep going ahead. Let's, in fact, lobby the what is it? Who are they lobbying about the climate change agreements? Copenhagen people. The IPCC. They're trying to lobby the IPCC to get rid of the fossil fuel clauses in the agreements. Cheeky buggers. Okay. Who is on this team? Oh, okay. Somebody's like, yeah, somebody's so riled about.
The point? What is the point?
Oh. Okay.
So you do get money.
Wait
So
a
this is
minute.
like a competition at the Great Exhibition.
Wait. Wait. He said he couldn't get funding. So
Well, he couldn't get development funding. He couldn't get funding to make the thing. So until Odi Asman came in, it's like, hey, I'll give you money to make the thing. Here's an engineer. Here's money.
I did.
And now it's like, okay, I'm here, and it's like, okay, we'll give you more money to put this together. It's very common in the arts. Like, you can't get money for like initial making of the thing, but like, oh, hello, you brought us a proof of concept. Okay, we'll give you money.
I did not intend to have to do research to write a science journalism story when I was playing this game. But like, when did you get funding? For what phase of it did you get funding from? Are you lying to me? Because apparently there's a research grant you can get. What happened with that? Like, yeah.
I think it's different stages. Like, he couldn't get money for like.
Yeah, let's.
maybe
I mean,
something?
I don't know. We'll see what they say. Whether it's that straightforward or not.
Yeah, it's like asking for investment funding. That's the fun with government grants. You kind of need the money to give the government something to fund. In the first phase that Victory Lady Magician, which like one of the grants we applied for, they were like, "Yeah, we needed like more evidence, like we need like more research on like, because we made a point about there's not a lot of diversity in cabaret, you know, especially on stage magic, and they're like, oh, we would have liked more statistics about like, if you want statistics, if you give us some money, do a research paper because no one's done this yet. Hmm? He's apparently a friend of the Zwentix. No, he didn't know.
Is it a conflict of interest?
There is that issue. I don't think conflict of interest ever like applies in this series.
No, I mean it did apply once because like we found out that there was somebody who was sitting on the Jura bench who should not have been there. And Are you the assassin?
Interesting idea. Why do you say that?
Maybe. Maybe he is. Someone fed up with seeing criminals get away.
Interesting idea.
Interesting who says yes and who says no. Are we gonna meet a reporter who is on the Reaper beat?
Just like the many memo, but like the British version.
Clark Kent was on the Superman beat,
Interesting.
and well, in some versions of the story, but another person who was on the beat was Peter Parker. He was on the Spider-Man beat.
Interesting idea. Well,
What?
McDonald was killed by someone, by Egbert. Or like ex-Benedict. Remember, he like, you kill my dad, I'll kill you.
Yeah. But they're talking about other people also, so I mean, don't know.
Even Gregson can buy it.
He knows.
Hmm?
He knows he can't talk about it.
Hmm. We just pissed off Iris.
No.
At least you get the guy's name right.
Oh, the team.
Yeah. What is in this blend?
Oh, wait a minute. Is Herlock on the forensic investigation team? That would be funny.
They're like, we don't have anything to worry about. Ta-da!
Madame Tussauds? Ah. Okay, let's go to Madame Tussauds. To spells, whatever. I thought this was the most popular attraction.
For the record, Madame Tussauds actually is very close to Baker Street.
Yes, I know. I've been there.
So have I.
I don't know if I've been there or been close. Like, I've seen some of her work, but I think it must be doing like a tour. Hurley is at Madame Two Spells. Not hanging out with Benthics.
Is he posing as a mannequin or something?
Well, we have to go and find out. She failed.
It is still waxwork, so he's still. I thought it might be something slightly different because they changed the name, but
Well, that's definitely still a copyright term.
yeah, the copyright thing. Ew. It's scary.
The Chamber of Horrors.
I remember it being very crowded in there. It seemed like there wasn't. You had to go through single file because there were so many models to look at. There was barely room to move.
Right.
I remember being really scared of it. But I went as a 15-year-old on my own, and yeah, I was really scared.
Oh.
Wasn't that creepy? I went at 11.
It has like crossing uncanny valley for you.
I was a very delicate soul. Still am.
What magazines are Yunosuke reading? Like first Aliens and now like
I know. What is he reading? Can turn into Adipoche. Oh no. That's it. It's not fact. It's not wax. It's the fat in the body doing something weird. Body fat doing weird things. It's not. They don't turn into wax. Okay.
she's like, get that certificate. I'm like, no! What is he reading?
Oh. Jack the Ripper. Is he trying to solve the Jack the Ripper case? Oh!
Oh, why is he? Objection.
Oh, now she's like really going at it.
Just messing with me, that's okay. The step ladder debate too.
What?
It's a meta about the whole step ladder debates in the mainline games. You'd have to explain that in the localization because you'd have to explain it in the original.
They vote to her because she doesn't know.
True.
I'm not talking to you yet. I want to open this because I think this is important. Sand. Jane the Ripper. Who's the other fellow then?
It's the alternate universe. They're trying to do the Elizabeth Bathory thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're mashing up like a few different stories.
Absolutely. Jane the Ripper. Boo.
Well, there's a placard in front of like the one Sherlock is on.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that might involve, like, that might be part of his highlight thing too. Him, and then this also, so I don't know. See, the rest of
Time this time. Try the time.
There we go. If he can hold still, then I think he's a perfect candidate.
Yeah, but he's here though.
But actually, there's something against that. The shape of the chin is slightly different here.
Yeah, and also he's here. He's not in Bensing's office.
So no, look, he could have finished what he was doing and come here. Who's-
Mm. Boing, 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 boing. Shitty eyes.
I mean, this is a weird pose to be in, as well for a detective. Undertakers do put wax on corpses, though, like to make them, just to like preserve them for the wake and stuff, or an open coffin or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it can sweat. You have to keep like wiping the wax itself. It's condensation on it.
Hold it!
That's how he canonically sounds like. Like Kazuma. Temporary one.
It's his one being fixed. You were wrong. He can stand still.
Good boy.
And I know what you're saying about the purple tie, but oh wait, here.
You brought up the purple tie. I said nothing about a purple tie.
Interesting.
That was me.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know. Here it looks like yes, maybe the chin works. I don't know. Head on, it didn't look like the chin works. I'm confused. And like I was like, the hair must be big or the head must be big because the top of the thing was quite high up, the hood. And then I was like, is he wearing the hat and everything underneath? I don't know. It was very weird anyway.
Ouch. And then
Oh god, a spectacular. Okay, let's go find out why the arm is weird. Because I'm pretty sure it's an actual dead body rather than an arm. Or something of the sort. Eh? なんでもない何これなんですか What the?
it's suddenly kind of making out of Japanese.
Gas. Boo.
He had all this drama with the gas company. Oh yeah,
Oh.
I didn't mention it. It's like, yes, that case from last time.
Yeah.
There was so much about trumpets.
Come here.
It's like reset pose.
It is Herlock in the bloody thing. Those are his eyes.
He's been here though.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's the thing.
Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. It's like he's a reset.
Was there a swap that has happened somewhere now?
Mm.
Um, does this have a connection then with who the Reaper is? Because they have to like model them as soon as they die, etc.
I don't know. Man needs a job. Can't can't afford the hustle. For the money.
Oh. Oh, so grumpy. Who's the little grumpy puppy? You're grumpy. Ignore me at your peril. Yeah, toothless dog back.
We'll need to have a scene in the play, even if we don't do this place, where it's just like we just have whoever plays our Harlock do this for a while. Just like outside the foyer while we're waiting for people to go in.
Yeah. Half the people won't know what the hell is going on, and suddenly, like, it'll go. Shake your hand! Give me a shilling.
That's how we promote the show. We just have this guy like hanging around.
Yeah. Someone would really have to work on learning all the exact mannerisms, otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, that's what the directors and choreographer and stuff is for. Or me, I can just bargain. Like, here, watch this game.
Weren't you there?
He wasn't there when we met up.
Same eyes. The eyes look strange to me. Wondering if the eyes are done the same way for Kazuma. Actually, before we do all that, I know
Oh.
that. Hello?
What if-
You also have very weird eyes, Odie, and a weird color. It's a different. You don't know. There, you look like you're an 80s band frontman. He does.
Oh my
Eh,
god.
eh, eh.
You skipped over this guy.
So creepy. Look at this.
Unassailable man. Which is not Herlock in the fucking slightest.
Rest in bitch face. He's got he's got a tie rather than a bow tie.
Mm.
Oh, so oh my god, it looks like Anakin Skywalker. You. Does it not? Like, hello, I'm on the way to being Darth Vader.
Now that you mention it,
I'm going to stalk everywhere and scowl because I haven't got what I wanted because I'm a spoiled brat.
I mean, now that you mention it,
Stalk. Why have I not got the woman I want? Oh, I got the woman I want. I've had 2 kids, but stalk. This is not good enough. Stalk everywhere.
I can't blame you. Now that you mention it.
It is Anakinish. Yeah, you don't have the chin. Look at this prominent chin. And he has the same chin. Are you Mycroft?
Mycroft.
Yeah, Holmes' brother has not made an appearance. And he's canon. You just want to be somebody's daddy.
Wow. Okay.
And Gen X poor time management, but yeah.
You two are the same age. Clearly, you're besties. Can you imagine? And then, like, around the same time, Herlock was like, no, bitch. He's suddenly clammed up. What are you hiding, bro? The unavoidable?
Oh, it's a witch!
It's ready.
Very pretty. Are you Adler? Oh, are you Madam? Oh, this is Madam Two Spells. Oh, is this why? Is this why she's 2 spells instead of 2 swords?
That's with the witch team.
Oh, like they had to change the name and they were like, we might as well go full hog. Why not?
Yes. Keep ready.
Oh. Yeah, I can hear you going, she beady.
What can I say? I've developed a taste for mysterious pink-haired girls. I
Oh
basically
my god!
focused
Oh! Wait. Are they using her to refer to the concept of a manic pixie dream girl?
I feel like they would be better examples.
I mean, why not? Like about time we had a witch show up. I suppose. Like we haven't had anything supernatural-ish.
Yeah, these are closest to Maya.
Yeah. Her gear doesn't seem very Victoriana, but like, let's go with it. Yeah. No, he's terrified of her, I think.
Well, she's the boss.
Yes, I suppose. Esmeralda. What? They must have really, after the Sherlock Holmes estate issue, they must have really got Madame Tussauds is gonna give us grief. Like, hello, let's like just take exit stage right.
Actually, they would have made her two spells like even before in the Japanese version though. Otherwise, the witch thing wouldn't have worked.
No, I think the witch thing came after the decision to. Be
Well, they kept Sherlock in the original Japanese version. It's only this English version that there's been like issues with the name.
Okay.
In Japan, he's straight up Sherlock.
Why is it significant that she's 26? Madame in name only. Okay. Otherwise, you're Mademoiselle. Okay, is that what you're saying? Because you are not married. Okay. Alright.
Binsur? How do you pronounce that?
One waxwork in particular. What? The one hiding behind the curtain? Yes. Oh, Mr. Sherlock. Okay. He was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Toil and trouble. There's so much Shakespeare quotation in here.
This is the Macbeth episode.
Yes, it's Bradley here. There's been Merchant
Now,
of Venice.
Bradley's gone sleep, I think.
Ayyo, Bradley. There's Merchant of Venice and Macbeths.
I'll let him know he's with the Macbeth.
He's so scared. That was funny.
That's why she's so pretty.
That was funny to see him go whoo from that angle. That's what I said. You're a toothless doggy.
See, he was going to say reveal something really big, and then this madam came by and interrupted the feel.
Yes, the weird, creepy hand thing. And also maybe that ladder. I don't know. Let's see.
The ladder is like the ongoing Ace Attorney joke about ladders versus step ladders. That's why like the flavor text got a bit meta.
No, we are due a spectacular after all. At some point. Wait, I want to present first. Okay, hold on. But maybe we needed someone to turn up and just say, hey, did you know your mystery could be solved because it's a magic trick situation? So just someone to broach that idea. Perhaps that is her.
Maybe we shall see.
But she's not interested in anything that isn't wax. Okay.
We can try presenting stuff to her. I have been eating out of my house. So hungry.
You mean to say you're eating everything in the house?
Yes, but it's also like, isn't there like a saying about like
Oh,
eating?
No, you eat someone out of house and home, but
That's the one. Yes.
yeah. Usually you're eating someone else out of house and home. You're not eating yourself out of house and home. But that means you're like, that just means they're feeding you so much they have to mortgage everything. Like you're eating all their food.
Well, that's what I'm doing. I'm eating all the food in the house. This is why I have stomach problems. Maybe I'll do like Sherlock here, but pink.
She has hers in a long braid at the back.
Yeah, it looks short from the front.
Yeah. It's a bit Princess Jasmine-y.
Oh yeah, kinda. Yeah. I see what you mean. Grandmother was the original Madam to spells to somebody.
Who?
The grandmother was the original.
Uh,
And I wonder if they'll ever do like a French localization, French or translation of this.
this policeman is alive. I don't think he's one of the waxwork exhibits this guy is, but not this fellow.
Oh, that's an interesting observation.
Because he's not
More wrapped than Hurley.
he's not roped off. I know why they can't have Jack the Ripper. They have Jane the Ripper.
What?
They have Jane the Ripper because they have the Reaper. So they have the Ripper and the Reaper both. Very,
Jane the Ripper's fault.
very greedy for monsters.
Very greedy.
Maybe they thought they could do the Ripper and then decided against it that it wouldn't work with the game story.
Maybe. I think they were just like trying to do a mashup. Rana's on the way here, I think.
Who?
Rana!
Ah, hello Rana.
Hey Rana!
Hey Rana.
Yeah. We found the prettiest person in the entire Ace Attorney series.
Kiara's in love.
I am.
She's cute.
Actually, like when she queued up first thing in game, I sent a picture to Bradley and I was like, she pretty. And I put like the sort of puppy dog eye emojis.
I did find Susato in drag very interesting. And I found her best friend was very pretty.
How's it going? It's going alright. We are in the waxworks area. And I'm just puppy dog's eyes over Madam here. Imagine like a mashup of these ideas though. Like waxwork museum, but of fictional characters that have not been played by real life actors.
I think they do have an arm. I don't know if they...
Like I know like even in fictional characters, usually they are based on like the real life actor who plays them. But like, if someone were to make waxwork out of anyone in this game now, like I know people probably do like small models and stuff, but like the Madame Tussauds level, big sculptural things. There is a Wikipedia article called "List of Wax Figures Displayed at Madame Tussauds."
Yes.
That's a very specific Wikipedia article. I'm looking at it to see if there's like anyone who is like Alvin and the Chip. Okay, I guess that counts. Someone from Warcraft, okay. Ant-Man, Aquaman, a superhero sort of like.
What the hell is wrong with him? For 500 pounds, he wants to get into the cauldron of wax. Dude, it will harm you.
Dude needs rent money. People are desperate. The government is not giving enough money to science. Astro Boy. Okay, all right. So this answers my question of like, do you do like wax figures of like anyone who hasn't had like a IRL representation? BB-8. Oh, that's cute. Benedict Cumberbatch. Just get him and put him in the Sherlock.
What?
There's been a Benedict Cumberbatch wax figure. Angry Birds. Wow. Andy Freeman has had one.
By the morning. Jesus, okay.
Yes, that's you. Yes, right.
Bum, bum, bum.
There has been many. Government singers on a wax figure. They've had so many
Who?
random people.
Who has
as
a
wax
wax-
figure. This is a Singaporean
Yeah.
sitcom character that's been a wax figure at Madame Tussauds. I was not expecting. What to come? There is a version of Sherlock, played by Jeremy Brett. Lots of Bollywood people. Wow, this is like the list is like
Oh, where is he going? He's a,
real list.
a spectacular dude.
Mate. Oh my god. Why is there a wax figure? Like in what context? Ned Kelly.
Okay. I'm currently tearing up the mandarin peel so I can put it in the garden.
Natsume Soseki was played by a real person at one point. Probably there's been like many variations of the name. House of Wax reboot featuring Elvis and the Chipmunks.
Oh my god,
dear.
50 shillings, oh lordy god.
There is Robert Downey Jr. as Sherlock Holmes. There are multiple Sherlock Holmeses.
Yes.
That's been a Waxwork character. I wonder if they've all done it all at once and they just include this guy.
No, they've done it different times. Whoever's like the current Sherlock. They used to have
Yeah, but you just like to collect all the Sherlocks.
when I
And
went,
then make Sherlock Wax of this Sherlock.
no, when I went, I think it was Jeremy Brett Sherlock, because yeah, that was the most like well-known or most recent well-known version.
Yeah, I just want to like collect all the Sherlocks. Make a Waxwork of this guy. Less anime than I would have expected, given like how other cultures have. There's plenty of Bollywood. Astro Boy and Doraemon were in here. There's a bunch of like sort of J-pop. I just thought it'd be like more in the way of like anime manga characters. Just given like who else had had on him.
I think someone's dead.
BTS not here yet. Ned Kelly feels like a cheat plus it's mostly the armor, probably. They had to kill Robert Downey Jr. when Benedict Cumberbatch started playing show.
No,
it was brutal.
It wasn't Benedict first, then. Oh.
I think Robert first. I think the American beat them to it. There was Benedict, and then there's the version where Lucy Liu was Watson.
Yeah. Okay, so they had Robert in the movie version first, then Benedict, and then his friend. They were also both of them were in Frankenstein together. And then the other guy went on to go, and they swapped the roles. Monster and Frankenstein. They played alternate nights. They played the other role.
Oh, interesting.
It was a stage play version, and then they showed it. I think they do that now. They show it online every so often, like some of the plays that have been staged at the theater. They show online,
Okay.
and you buy a ticket to watch it, kind of thing.
Oh.
So they've recorded it. So every so often you get to see a Frankenstein, and they run 2 showings of it. So one with Benedict as the monster, one with Benedict as Frankenstein, because there's very little staging, like backdrop stuff or props or anything. They just had the black curtain at the back and lighting, and them just crawling around on the stage half the time, moaning and yelling at each other. But yeah, and then the other guy went to the States and was in the Lucy Beale. I like how everyone remembers it by the Watson character, not by the actor, not by the actual Sherlock.
The Sherlock actor is just some random white dude. I don't care. It's Lucy
Yeah.
is what's the important bit.
Yeah, Lucy Liu, not Lucy Beale.
That's what I said.
Yeah, Lucy Liu. Yeah, sorry.
I just also happened to be drinking some milk while I said it. Now we have a spooktacular. Very close to Halloween too. Actually, I think our next, well, not next episode, will be kind of Halloweeny. Wish I had a costume to dress up. I do have a replica of Phoenix's badge, but that's about as far as I go. Costume.
We were going to have a Halloween party, but that is up to Andrew to work out. I don't know if it's on the Saturday.
Halloween's on the Sunday anyway. But I'm not sure if we should do it because I don't know what the permission is for people to come over.
And
The
we
children
will-
will be allowed to
Oh,
do it.
currently it's up to 10 people at home, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but you know, like
Oh, to
children
go-
visiting, going house to house.
Yeah, go out and about. Okay, can you guys hold on for a second? I have to go to the bathroom. Sorry, it's bad timing, I know.
Yeah, and also like I've got to, you know, obviously tidy the house to a point where we're able to have people over, and frankly, the house is still such a bomb site. Too much
Yeah.
dirt. I don't know if I want to have people over, but
Well, you can probably just dress up for the stream.
I did kind of promise that we would, but I'm just like, oh, well, not promise, but like, yeah, say we should do it, and then I was like, oh, now I've got to actually do it. But I'm just a bit like, oh, it's all too hard. But you got to push it. You're gonna have to push ourselves, you know, out of lockdown. We have to like push ourselves to do things.
You can do what I do and then just like hire a cleaner. Which I started doing, And then I had one session and then lockdown happened, and because I wasn't on any sort of disability plan at the moment, I couldn't get the cleaner back. So they were only allowing people who had, booked one via NDIS or the different disability plans. But now that lockdown is mostly over, I'm allowed the cleaner.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've got a... No, it's not so much dirt, it's clutter. So I really have to put the clutter away, and that's just like... Just because I feel bad about it. And I've got to mow the back lawn as well if I want to have people over. And I just, just a lot of work.
I can make an authentic replica of the cardboard badge in 8. I mean, that's also a costume. There's also, we met Inspector Lestrade today for the first time. And she has that badge that Gregson believes is made out of cardboard. It's like, we didn't give any of that.
Oh, but you could do it easily.
I just need a blue suit. Really Phoenix.
A blue suit. Oh, well. Oh, yes, of course, the modern one. Sorry, my brain is working very slowly. Well, I've got one. I don't know if it would fit. It probably wouldn't fit, that's the only thing.
And also wear whatever. Yes, Special cap.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's a difficult to know. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm sort of a bit like, woo! Bit tired.
Well, Marion's in here, but like, as far as like this day, because you know how there's like trial investigation. This is sort of the last scene for this day, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it might be. I was like, okay, this has got to be.
Yeah. We've had a lot happening.
Yeah.
But this is the last bit. The last bit. But yeah, the case has a lot. But you can see now why I have been so keen for Mario to get to this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever since the game came out, I have just been waiting for us to get to this case. And the rest is good, but this one in particular was like, oh my god.
Why? What about this case? Why?
Just telling Andrew that I've been waiting forever and a day for you to get to this case in particular.
Why this one in particular?
For reasons you'll find out soon.
Okay.
And for reasons like there's so many reveal, like who the fuck is this masked person, and then like Gina Lestrade is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's Van Zeeks and what's his deal. There's just a lot happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
A very
And a lot, I was telling Hopsy as well, like, as far as today's events, this will be the last thing.
Yes, I figured. I can sense like we're going to end up closing with this, and then it'll be trial, and maybe then we'll have another day of investigation or something. But
yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Things wrap up from here on out.
Yup. This is like climax, and then denouement afterwards. Yeah.
In a way.
Oh.
The poor boy has to pay rent. The game is a foot, indeed. Well, it's not a foot, it's an arm. That's such a cute bag. I feel like aside from the hair, which you probably need a wig for, like she's not gonna be hard to cosplay.
No.
I used to have a witch's hat. Anyway, it was also like one color. That's where I went to have some milk, and clearly I've missed the part where they explain the section.
Mm.
It was more like I missed your reaction to it, I guess.
No, I'm just like going through this, going, what the fuck is going on now? It's lit so nicely on that side, like here. Oh, so nice.
Oh yeah. Bye, Rana.
Bye, Rana. Thank you for hanging out.
Wow.
Okay.
Are you arguing with her business decisions? That is available, please inquire. Well, I do a lot of super smart.
What is he on about? Like, oh my god. Like, I think people have moved things around, but it's okay. Wait, no. Come on. No.
No.
No. Pokey Boots, no. Hmm. I think that was a stroke of genius. Oh yeah, she's gonna be a witch, and you know, her cauldron is gonna be full of melted wax. Mm. Mm. Interesting. Okay. That. Okay.
In the original Japanese version, Hairbrain was Benjamin Dobinbo.
Dokembo?
Dobinbo.
Oh,
Dobinbo, Japanese
dog-
pun for lack
Dogen-
of money.
Oh, okay. I'll
And the spells was Connect Rosaic.
sorry, who was?
2 spells.
The space was Connect?
Connect
Connect
Rosaic.
Rosai? Connect
Um,
Rosai.
Her Rosaic is what the Japanese call waxworks.
Ah, okay.
So the Madame Tussauds pun is like for this game
Mm-hmm.
because like no one's gonna know what the hell a Rosaic is.
Okay. Hold on. She's just seen you at work. I don't think she's very impressed. Okay, course correction.
Her Japanese name Connect comes from the verb koneru, to need.
Mm-hmm.
Madame Two spells is like it's a better name.
Okay.
Let's see if anyone's cosplayed her. There's been one person who's done it, but just one.
Yeah, hold on. Okay, let's go see. So he's alive, he's not dead. Mm-hmm. Extortions.
Oh my god. Extortions.
Mm-hmm.
So I just found a Tumblr post someone made about like what your favorite greatest attorney should say about you. Some of them are a little bit spoilery.
Mm-hmm.
But like Naruhodo and Asogi, you're always a slut for the friends to lovers trope. You also insist the chemistry here is not obvious and nothing can change your mind.
Who? Naruhodo and who?
Kazuma,
Kazuma. Okay, yeah.
Naruhodo and Susato.
Okay.
You pretty much listed the main male and female characters of any franchise out of a feeling of obligation. Naruhodo and Verzix. You're always a slut for trope of the soft-hearted character being able to warm the heart of an edgy boy. You also like BDSM.
Enemies to lovers, I would have thought.
But that's one way to do it, yeah.
Okay.
Naruhodo and Holmes.
Naruhodo.
You are a firm believer in the inherent eroticism of student-teacher relationships.
You are what? What?
You are a firm believer in the inherent eroticism of student-teacher relationships.
Naruhodo and Holmes. Who is the student in that?
I'm not just thinking that.
Hey, it's not a direct student-teacher relationship.
No, this is more like you are into puppy play. Is what these two are.
Yeah. Definitely. Student teacher is like an Yuri on ice, no?
True. This is more like you're wrangling a puppy.
Yeah.
Susato and Ray, who's apparently Haori, like you're attracted to badass women, but no, you can never be with them in real life. So you just put them with each other. You also thought the judo scene was sexy. Susato and Gina.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe in the phrase gals being pals and insist that there's always at least a little bit more. There's a few that spoilery, so I'll skip those. Holmes and Bonzix. You are a firm believer in the inherent eroticism of teasing a tsundere.
Okay, wait. Teasing a tsundere? Wouldn't you do that with like Ryunosuke anyway? Like when Ryunosuke and Baroque are together?
Ryunosuke doesn't like tease anyone. He's very earnest.
Yeah.
Or snarky sometimes, but he can't keep a poker face. Holmes is the
Holmes is the chaos element.
Holmes and Hosanoga. Hosanoga. I am pronouncing this guy's name wrong all the time. You just want good things from Hosonaga, and really, who wouldn't?
That poor man.
Baroque and Hairbrain. You latch onto the fact that Baroque related to a character with more than indifference and roll with it. You're also a slut for the opposites attract trope.
Or the like, once we were friends.
Or like, you two are very different yet somehow I'm shipping you together. Spoilery. And Rolla, so the patrol.
What? Sorry?
Patricia and Rolly, the policeman couple from from early on. Soseki's first case.
Yeah.
You are heterosexual.
They look like dolls.
So cute though. Spoilery. Olive and Duncan. You're a firm believer in the inherent eroticism. Taking revenge for actions against your loved ones. Holmes and Gregson. You've never seen a workplace rivalry that you didn't think wasn't at least a little sexual. Spoilery. Holmes and Tussels. You're that guy I know on Amino. You know who you are.
Oh, you want a waifu?
I think he's referring to someone very specific who like specifically ships these two.
Okay. What about Two Spells and Naruhodo?
Let me see if I can find. I don't think Sal's mentioned that yet. But Gina and Naruhodo. You like rom-coms that involve sensitive boys and tomboy girls, and you're also here for some men getting pegged.
No. I would rather see it as like pedophilia because I think that's like she's underage.
Well, there is that problem, yes.
What about Strongheart and somebody?
The one they had was spoiler, so I don't say it.
Like
So sexy and Sherlock.
Oh.
You like comedic relationships where the power balance is vastly unbalanced but is not malicious.
He makes a lot of fun of him though.
Yeah, but like enemies to lovers.
Nah, I wanna say like okay. So Soseki Naruhodo?
Well, I don't know. I'm just going by what this one Tumblr person wrote, so we can make up the rest.
Nobody's responded with others?
The posts haven't been like super popular. I just found it because I was trying to find cosplay of Madame Two Spells and got caught in this rabbit hole.
Today's the 22nd, not the 23rd, so he's not the person coming around to. Eh.
Oh, I think I know what this is. An article about in the San Francisco Chronicle where the headline is older queer men becoming more visible in video games, and the hero picture is Phoenix, right?
Aww.
Wow. The SF Chronicle. According to this article in the San Francisco Chronicle, Phoenix Wright, bisexual, and Miles Edgeworth, gay, ship name Wrightworth, is essentially canon in all sense aside for legal.
In all what?
In all canon in all senses aside from legal.
Ooh. Wait, so Phoenix is bi and Edgeworth is gay? I thought it was the other way around. Phoenix was.
So in the article says defense attorney Phoenix Wright is one of gaming's most enduring icons and his popularity interpreted as bisexual because of Iris. The whole Iris Dahlia thing, and then like Miami, yeah. So a lot, like he's got more viable women to ship with.
Yeah. Yeah. No, people do flirt with Edgeworth, my god.
Oh my god. The next line. He dropped out of art school and started practicing law specifically to save his childhood friend, prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, because he saw Edgeworth looking tragically sad in a newspaper article. Heterosexual love stories get built on flimsier pretexts than that.
This is true. This is what I said. This is what I said about Kazuma trying to get this boy and smuggle him. Like, this is my point, right? Like, I am sorry if a boy did this for a girl in a like a heterosexual way, or a girl did this for a boy in a heterosexual way, you wouldn't have any problem going, something here.
The Ace Attorney series are bound to people like me who are sluts for romantic friendships. Lead character design Kumiko Suekane, known for her work starring queer men, also offered feedback on how to properly hint at their warm friendship in later games. The official Ace Attorney Facebook page even shared "I love you" fan art of Wright and Edgeworth on Valentine's Day 2019.
I'm gonna present the bread. I can't find it.
Take that!
Was it the bread?
No. I do love that they give you like very specific flavor text for like you're wrong. It's not just you're wrong, but like here's how you're wrong. So, what are your options? You're trying to figure out why he passed out.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Something struck him on the back of the head. Okay, right. I'm just trying to also maneuver this thing around a bit.
The cauldron, maybe?
I can't even see the goddamn cauldron. Where is the goddamn cauldron?
What else was like I've just been reading shipping things. What else is interactable in this section?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to see what gets highlighted. Is it that? No, it's not that.
Or was it only the brain that you figured out?
Bread and the bag so far. The hat is not. And this thing is also in my... Whoa! Well, what
Extra
the-
hand.
Jesus Christ, what the hell?
Oh, well, there you go. There's also a left hand. Yeah, I mean, half the article goes on to mention something about how, like, it would be difficult to canonize Phoenix and Edgeworth because great relationships still not very legal in Japan. This entire article is basically Phoenix Riders game. Wow. This is amazing. I love it. I love San Francisco. Oh, he was trying to steal the arm.
I can hear funny noises. What is that?
Not from me, unless it's just my computer echoing back to this call.
Hmm.
Well,
How to tell a waxwork from a real person?
if he's trying to steal the arm, that's like a weird angle to steal the arm from.
No, I think this was somewhere else.
Whee! When we get on the stage play, we need to put Heelys on these two guys.
We what?
When on the stage play, when they get to do this bit, they put Heelys on them.
Yeah. They have to have it. You have to get the kind of shoes that like they can kick the heelys out on when they need to, and like, yeah.
The Great Ace Attorney on ice.
Mhm. And they have to practice like doing like circles around each other during the spooktaculars.
Spectacular. It's like, shush. Never mind that. Look how serious he is.
Yet he's not. He is not a waxwork.
I'm gonna bring up this gas thing.
Hmm.
Can you imagine like listening to all of these people calling you a waxwork of a serial killer?
Hmm. For the scarf. Oh, didn't he just tap his foot?
Ouch. It's animatronics. Twitch, yes, he has his own Twitch streaming channel.
Mhm.
I don't know, you could probably put up a live stream at Madame Tussauds.
Yeah. Is it the Twitch? I think it's the Twitch.
Yeah.
Take that!
It's interesting how Yunosuke is like sort of the player character, right? So you don't necessarily get like some kind of backstory on him. He's meant to be a little bit blank slate, but he obviously has such a personality.
Mm-hmm.
And but he's also making the sort of snarky comments players would make. Like he's not just taking everything at face value. He's like, I'm sure a lot of players would be like, "Harlock, you idiot," and he's actually voicing that.
I think somebody must have played it through for them, and then they would have like put in a lot of his dialogue.
Yeah, the QA people.
No. I feel like they had everybody else done, and then they got someone to play it through, and like some things would have been scripted, but like there would have been blanks, I think, and they would have happily gone, "Oh, that's the point at which you get annoyed at them. Okay, we write snarky comment."
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was interesting. I mean, I don't know if that's how they did it, but that's like an interesting way to script a character. It's just
Yeah,
like,
I think. Yeah. Maybe not. Who knows? Like.
it's like how in like some film and TV, actors can ad lib sometimes.
Mm.
Like sure, a lot of it could still be scripted, but they could like sometimes it's the ad libbing that gets added into the final cut. It's like some level of improv. Improv as a means for game script. What we need to deduce is that we haven't deduced this yet. No. He bounced. That's a very pretty animation. You're the one that pitched this idea.
Follow through. Come on.
Hmm. Hmm. Your face.
Is this their version of Doctor Who? The Doctor. Who? Doctor.
This is time traveling shenanigans. But
It's the Doctor. The Doctor. The Doctor. Maybe this is their version. The Professor.
then we'll keep going.
Oh! Oh, well now. Okay. All right. Okay. Wheels are turning. Wheels are turning. Is it Wilson? Why does that rock the capital? Aww. Did he lose someone? Did someone die? It was close to 1-6. Oh no.
And then
Bum, bum, bum. Okay, gruesome murders. Okay, right. So this is their version of the Ripper, I suppose. Okay. 5 victims killed. Man was arrested. Yes. To that. Maybe the professor was Van Zix's family member? Oh. Ah! Is this his friend? His Japanese friend fellow?
interesting theories you have.
Okay, theory 1, Japanese friend fellow. Theory 2, member of family was a victim. Or theory 3, member of family was the professor.
I want to keep a I know you're having issues streaming this on YouTube at the moment, but can you for the love of God download this and send this to me?
No, I'm going to send it across to YouTube anyway. I can export it, so it'll get exported.
Because I want to keep a compilation of your theories.
Why?
So we can compare at the end whether your theories are true or not.
Okay, bye. Some of Whitehall's fine. Oh. Okay. Oh, Lord. Members of the nobility, even royalty, even royalty. My good lord. Okay. Clint. Brock and Clint. Clint. That was not the name I was expecting.
What name were you expecting?
I don't know. It was okay. Clint 16. Clint Brock Clint.
Barrel.
What is the bloody pun? Clint one.
I don't think it's a pun. It might be a reference, but I don't think it's a pun. Important characters don't get puns. Important characters get like actual proper names.
Oh, is this the pretty boy? See, from the front, it doesn't look like he's the fellow in the hood. Older brother's murder. I was right in theory too. But
Theory 2 on like who the professor is.
yes. Theory 1.
Well, you said it was the professor. The professor murdered the brother, though.
Theory 1 was. I just said it to you. I just said theory 1 was one thing. Theory 2 was.
Theory 1 was Benzing's Japanese friend. Theory 2 was family member was professor. But what we know now is that the brother got killed by.
No. What I said was like theory 2 was like one of the family members was a victim, and then theory 3 was the family member was a professor.
No, you said theory 2 one of the family members was the professor.
Yeah, I'm gonna argue with you on this. I had 3 theories, dude. And then
you have, and they were all about who was the professor.
No, I said one of them was like the victim, not that who was the professor. They were not all about who was the professor. Wait, we go back and check. I'm gonna go find the thing now. Wait.
Oh my god. We're nearly done with this section. We can like fact check it later. Oh, it's the artist reference to Gustav Klimt.
Yes, that's what I was also wondering if it was that.
The original Japanese had the M in the name.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Hmm.
Why isn't he facing him and talking? Like, what the hell?
So we can see him. Else we'd be seeing the back of his head.
Aw, he believes in him. Aw. No.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't trust it to anyone else.
Okay.
Ta-da! Look at that. That was a big case 3. Big day 1. I want to
Mhm.
say.
Yeah, there's a very big day one. No. Shush. Shush.
Exit.
Oops. Okay, and now I want to show you if I can, but I don't know if I can show you on here. Will you be able to hear it if I? Hello?
Yes, hi.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to share the screen so I can go find the.
What are you looking for?
I'm going to go find the bit where
All right, I might sign off and head to bed, guys.
Alright, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thank
No
you.
worries. It's been good fun. I feel I really enjoyed the show, and it's been an interesting sort of story and plot line. I'm very interested to
wait.
see where it leads. Could be very interested to see if Baron von Six actually throws the case, because I'd be very surprised if he did that. But
I just
who knows what could happen?
I just realized that I can't probably do it because
Do what?
I was going to go look at the stream and go back to that point and show you what I said about the theories. Because I swear I said like oh my god, what was theory number 1? I know, but theory number 2 was that one
Theory number 1 was a Japanese,
Japanese,
Japanese friend,
Japanese person was maybe the professor. Theory number 2 or 3, either 2 or 3 was that one of the family members was the professor, but the other one was that one of the family members was a victim.
Mm,
There were 3
mm.
murdered by. But yeah, I have to like stop the stream before I can go check. I was going to go try and check it out. Like, wait, I can't go back and look. I had to stop the stream first. Oh, but thanks everybody for hanging out with me. And my God, it is a long. It's a long time. Well, hello also to Smallster MSD. What? Smallster MSD server. Okay. Hello to them in the chat, and hello to Rana. Hi Rana. Hi, Brad. Thank you both for hanging out and playing and watching with us. Take you to Hobbsy.
Yay.
Yay.
What do you think? A lot has happened,
A lot has happened.
and a lot will continue to happening.
It was very interesting the way they I was waiting for the spectacular, interesting that they put it at the end. But I think they wanted to hit us with the bombshell of like the Van Zeke information. Because usually you can like flip about and you get to choose like how you go through the scene, right? When you investigate, but things were only cropping up after you had gone through like an order.
Yeah.
So I thought that was very interesting. Like you couldn't go to the final location for like God knows how long. So yeah. So I thought that was interesting. I was like, oh, they're like directing the way they are telling find out about this story. That's interesting. So so you didn't end up going back and forth, back and forth. I'm interested to see what happens in court tomorrow. I like that that final scene like touched my heart a little bit. That was like
Oh, with Hairbrain and Betsy.
yeah, that was so cute. Oh.
It's my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
my
like
friend.
it's so nice that Hairbrain's also like, yeah, dude, I'm totally cool with it. Like this is best outcome ever. Like you I totally believe in you, dude. I trust you.
It's a bit like, yeah, I've heard the horror stories, but you know what? I think you're a good guy.
That's
Betsy starts being a little bit. This is so weird, right? Because you're starting to get to a point where Van becomes a little more personable,
yes.
right? But he's like, does this make up for all the bloody racism, though?
He's not the only one who's been racist though. Yeah,
True.
but like also it's I mean it is a hard thing. It's a hard thing to swallow definitely, and it like no way excuses the racism. But it also shows like that it's not so black and white as well, which is what I like. It's not a strict archetype situation that you're dealing with. It's not a strict stereotype situation you're dealing with. I like that the characters are more fleshed out and well rounded, even if they're very minor.
Right.
You know? And I think my only disappointment was playing into specific stereotypes at times with like, oh, the leprechaun Irish
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, that thing. Didn't like that at all. I was like, and I even now the thing in England to speak not so well of the Welsh and the Irish and the Scottish at times in different ways, and even then I'm just guys, no, that's not, you know. You guys think, oh, I've just made a funny joke, and that's really
Yeah.
punching downwards. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. I still think that's something they have to tackle. Yeah. I find it and then like all this, it's interesting. Like when, like this idea that Gina's profession isn't good and she has to make her life better, and good on her for taking the honest path and joining the force. I'm like, that's interesting. It's not that it
They were
is.
also like, how do we make Inspector Lestrade interesting as a character?
Yeah, like I'm. It was an interesting switch to like have that happen that way, and I didn't mind that part of it. Like, oh yeah, look, here's an interesting way to bring Inspector Lestrade into it. I wasn't entirely convinced though, because like the bit I was thinking about is like her whole life up to this point has been in a particular part of society
Yeah.
that doesn't trust the cops. So for
Mm.
her to make this, it's one thing to decide on an honest life.
Mhm.
There are other ways she might have achieved that.
Yeah.
But it's a entirely different thing to then say, I'm going to become a cop. I'm going to apprentice to a cop. When quite often the cops would have been seen as the enemies.
Sure.
Yeah, but so a lot of the people she would have associated with. So it's like, it concerns me more now because she doesn't even have like the previous network really to like what is your, there are going to be strained relationships now.
Yeah, but I guess she's like made her lot with Herlock and Iris
Hmm.
and Rinosuke. Like those have become her network now.
Maybe, but like she lives by herself. Like she's still living in that situation. We still don't know anything about like all of that stuff where she's living and all of that, and so. And also at the time, I mean, they're not referring to this, but very dangerous for a woman her age, out and about, and like even trying to find honest employment was very rife with danger. So just it's yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice, definitely. It gone there, and I was like, wow, there's so much you could have. I'm still okay with the fact that they made the choice. I just think, oh, I hope they talk about the repercussions because I feel there would have been repercussions, and I think also they're like, oh, that's so lovely, you made the right choice, oh well done, or whatever, and I'm like, it's a massive, huge, important decision. You have no fucking idea. It would have been such a major decision in our context, right? To make
Mm.
it like it's huge. She's making a far bigger decision than
Mm.
Iris or Herlock ever would. Like, yours,
Mm.
they don't have to change who they associate with. They don't have to be seen as a class traitor or any sort of traitor. Like, they're not giving up an whole entire life. For them, it's very easy
Mm.
to say, yes, this is the life you should live. This is a good decision. When they've never been in that circumstance,
Mm.
the whole huge, massive life change. I have a lot of
Mm.
respect for Gina for doing it. She may not have had many options to have an honest life and stay within that neighborhood. Whatever honest work she would have been able to get her hands on would have been also equally dangerous in a different way, I think,
Mm.
at the time. And the other thing, the whole lack of um sufficient education to get past exams or bureaucracy or whatever was required. Well, so yeah, that I thought that was interesting. I like that we got to see more of Baroque.
Ah, yep.
I definitely enjoyed the new characters and like Mr. Clint on the wall, and also Mr. Hooded Figure,
Yes, the mystery,
Mr.
the
Hooded
mystery
Figure,
mask.
Mr. Hooded Figure, and I'm going to forget all my theory. My
That's why I want to
theories.
like record this.
Huh?
To like.
Sorry,
That's
what?
why I want a copy of this so we can like cross-reference later.
Mm-hmm. Go back and look, but like, could stop the stream now and go check. But like, thank you everybody, and come hang out with us next week as well to the trial
Yeah.
bit.